guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests sparked by the fatal shooting of Renee Good. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is defending President Trump's plan to impose tariffs on Denmark and European allies who do not support the U.S. taking Greenland.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Bessent argued that tariffs are a matter of national security importance.
It is a strategic decision by the president. This is a geopolitical decision, and he is able to use the economic might of the U.S. to avoid a hot war.
His comments come as the European Union was set to hold an emergency meeting to discuss President Trump's Greenland tariffs. On Sunday, EU leaders warned in a joint statement that the tariffs undermine transatlantic relations, adding, "We will continue to stand united in response." I'm Mark Mayfield.
Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
There's a new breast cancer DNA test that scientists say predicts which treatment will work best.
It was developed at the Institute for Cancer Research in London, and it involves a simple blood test and liquid biopsy. Researchers are telling the British newspaper The Guardian it has the potential to be game-changing for the more than 2 million women worldwide diagnosed with breast cancer each year. If it's used early on to direct women to the right combination of chemotherapy and immunotherapy, scientists think it would boost survival rates. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
We have to follow the law, and there are strict rules when it comes to FERPA, and that will not change.
From Florida, the Sarasota County School District is expected to consider a resolution tomorrow affirming full cooperation with law enforcement, including ICE. District spokesman Craig Maniglia spoke with WFLA.
We also do not release any kind of student records to anybody, so everybody in our school, we respect all the privacy.
District officials say student files remain protected, though critics question whether such a resolution is necessary given constitutional due process guarantees. At least 8 skiers were killed in 3 separate avalanches in the Austrian Alps over the weekend. The deadly snowslides hit areas near Salzburg and central Austria, despite clear warnings about high avalanche danger, underscoring hazardous winter conditions. A smaller version of the Las Vegas Sphere is going to be built in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Sphere Entertainment Company has announced a collaboration with the county, the state of Maryland, and Peterson Companies to build a Sphere at National Harbor. It'll have about 16,000 seats as well as cutting-edge technology such as a 16K display and Sphere immersive sound. The effort will be supported by about $200 million in state, local, and private incentives. No timeline has been established since construction is contingent on several pending agreements and approvals. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, cue the microphone, and here we go again. In the blink of an eye, it's another day. So, ready or not, we'll close out a Monday and turn the page on the calendar. Time zone to time zone. Rolling into the 20th day of January here in 2026. And away we go. Well, no two ways about it. It's another cold night outside the secret bunker. Actually, not too warm inside the bunker. Yeah, the split's about useless. Space heater working overtime. Yeah, I brought the kerosene heater in for backup. Princess is toasty warm. And good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, indeed. Where are we at? We're in the single digits, I know that. Pappy says he's showing, 9 degrees on the dash cam there in southwest Ohio. So, sounds about right. Yes, you are correct, Pappy. Thank goodness it's calm. The winds are not blowing, so we don't have that 20 below wind chill thing. But yes, indeed. And you think it's cold now. Yeah, get ready. It's just going to be colder as we progress, especially through the latter portions of this week. Eastern 2/3 of the country. Drivers, I hope you're treating that diesel fuel, especially in the northern half of the country, with those bitterly cold temperatures. All that fuel be gelling up. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. Make sure you're giving it a good dose. If properly treated, you can keep that fuel liquefied down to 40 below. But yes, Arctic air is amassing in northern Canada. It's going to be surging into the central states later this week and into the weekend. This has the potential to be the coldest so far this winter, and it's been mighty darn cold on several occasions already. This may surpass, yes, the cold we saw in December. Likely to expand as far south as Texas and into the east. Dozens to maybe hundreds of locations are going to be dropping several degrees below their seasonal lows late this week and during the weekend. The bitterly cold air will be accompanied by extremely low wind chills, which tells how it feels when you're taking into the account the wind, temperature, humidity, precipitation. Wind chills 10 to 30 below the actual air temperature at times. This cold going to be dangerous with the risk of frostbite on exposed skin. It could be life-threatening for those not properly dressed due to hypothermia, shock, or cardiorespiratory failure in compromised individuals. Historically, the middle to second half of January has the lowest temperatures of the winter. From a scientific standpoint, the upcoming cold's predicted to bring temperature departures of anywhere from 10 to 40 degrees below average over the Midwest by the time we get to Friday. High temperature Minneapolis protesters, right? Think they'll be out? It'll be double digits below zero. May not rise above zero in Chicago. Energy demand is going to increase as 1 to 200 million people turn up the heat. Now, depending on the track and intensity of a southern storm with snow, sleet, and freezing rain, the severe cold could continue to press southward and eastward this weekend and into early next week, from the southern plains to the Appalachians, the Atlantic seaboard. Yeah, for those who have not properly taken measures to protect pipes from freezing, you've dodged a problem thus far. This is a warning that may be ahead. There may be long-lasting power outages in the southern states where this storm looks to possibly bring freezing rain rather than snow or sleet. Meanwhile, the cold unfolding in much of the Midwest to the Northeast, just a preview of what's to come over the next couple of days. On its own, some areas may experience the lowest temperatures of the winter so far, just ahead of an even bigger surge of Arctic air several days later. In the days leading up to the big blast of cold air and this big winter storm, we could see several clipper storms bringing areas of light snow from the Midwest to the interior Northeast. Of course, the flow of cold around the Great Lakes will be triggering lake effect snow in localized areas. Tonight, yes, we see the winter storm warnings due to lake effect snow pretty much all of western lower Michigan. Winter weather advisories all the way over through the entirety of Michigan. Western portions of New York, once again, the typical areas impacted by lake effect snow. We'll see inches and inches piling up. Now, intertwined with those light snow events and the localized intense lake effect snow will be periodic heavy snow squalls that could generate dangerous conditions on the highways. The effect of this frigid air passing over the Great Lakes will also lead to a rapid growth of ice cover. Once that happens, especially off Lake Erie, which is often the first to freeze over, the lake effect snow will definitely taper down. Great Lakes ice historically ramps up into late February and early March. These upcoming rounds of frigid air will indeed result in ice cover swinging from below average to suddenly above average. So that would be good news to kind of shut down the intensity of the lake effect snows. Coming up, we'll take a look as this weekend storm, some of the models, we were talking about it last evening, depicting potentially a major ice storm impacting areas much of Texas to parts of Louisiana, Arkansas. Northern areas will be seeing snow and maybe heavy snow. Meanwhile, well, I didn't get to see the game, but I was paying attention. I was doing the show prep here, keeping an eye on the college football championship game. Yes, indeed, one of the greatest sports stories is the highlight completed Monday night as Indiana defeats Miami 27-21, the final score, to capture that program's first ever college football national championship. All while capping an unforgettable 2025 season, ending with a perfect 16-0 record, undefeated. The win, they say, didn't come easily, as the Hurricanes closed the gap twice in the second half, even pulling within 3 points with just over 6.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Hurricanes marched down the field 91 yards to score off a 22-yard touchdown pass by Carson Beck, cutting that lead to 24-21. Hoosiers managed to give themselves a little bit of breathing room with a field goal on the ensuing drive. Indiana defense then held the Hurricanes off from there, securing the win with Jamari Sharp picking off a pass from Beck with just under a minute left in the game. Fernando Mendoza had the highlight touchdown of the game, running into the end zone on a 4th and 4 play at the Hurricanes' 12-yard line, driving through the Miami defense to score to make it a 24-14 game late in the fourth quarter. This marked an improbable turnaround for the program, which head coach Curt Cignetti took over prior to the 2024 season and has since put up a 26-2 record over those two campaigns going into the national title game this past evening. So congratulations to those Hoosiers fans out there, as obviously they're celebrating in Miami tonight. Matter of fact, President Trump was there to witness the national championship game in person between the Indiana-Miami. Trump was spotted in a suite during the pregame festivities with his daughter Ivanka and several of his grandchildren. as the national anthem was performed, the president waving to the crowd, prompting applause from fans in the packed stadium. Among the grandchildren, they say, was Kaya Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump Jr., an incoming University of Miami golfer, smiling as the cameras focused on the president's box. She had a cast on her arm after undergoing wrist surgery earlier this month to repair some damaged stabilizing tissue. Ahead of the kickoff, the president released a statement congratulating both teams on reaching college football's greatest stage. Melania and I congratulate the Indiana Hoosiers and the Miami Hurricanes on making it to the College Football National Championship. God bless the talented players and dedicated coaches, the families who love and support them, and the faithful fans who cheer them on. May the best team win. Of course, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Miami native, longtime Hurricanes supporter, also in attendance. He was seen on the sidelines with his Secret Service detail. Rubio was later spotted chatting with the former Heisman Trophy winner and ex-NFL quarterback Tim Tebow, who was in attendance as well. So, sounds like it was a great game, right? Good to have you on board. Round the country, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
What do you say? Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. It's ice cold out there. No doubt about it. Bundle up there, Dan. Hello to Rob. Good morning from Miamisburg, Ohio. There's Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Good morning to the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. Tank running under the starlit skies in Winslow, Arizona. 38 degrees. We're hammered down toward Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello to John Ferguson. Morning, Steve. The Overnighters crew. It's a balmy 8 degrees. About 50 miles east of Davenport, Iowa. Just saw something on the news about keeping daylight savings time year-round. What would be nice? Not be nice, eh? Getting ready for the big storm coming this weekend. Brace yourselves in the south. This is looking like it could be a huge, crippling ice storm down there. Meanwhile, everybody stay warm, stay safe. There's Country Bumpkin. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Checking in from a snowy, cold Waterford, Michigan tonight. There's Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. I-95 southbound. There's Shorty getting the week started. The Georgia-Florida line, 34 degrees. Orlando turnaround number 1. Indeed, next weekend, not looking good for the southeast. Yeah, lots of snow and ice. Yeah, make your preparations now. Have a backup source of heat. You know what I mean? Just be prepared. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Rubber Duck. How about those Indiana Hoosiers, gang? What a great game. There's John. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Taco Tuesday. How about it? Indiana, they did it. I'm happy to be a Hoosier. Good game. They went 16-0 on the season. We're right now very cold. 7-degree wind chill at -4 tonight. Everybody have a safe night. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through, where are we at? Wichita, Kansas, got a load of steel. Headed toward Lamar, Iowa. 24 degrees right now. Dry roads, starlit sky. Be safe out there to all the listening families. Scrapyard, waving all 5 at us here. Ty Frazier, hello, Steve. Hello, listeners and viewers. Plowboy, morning, Steve. Damn Hoosiers. He was pulling from Miami. Sorry about that, Plowboy. All right, still cold here in Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you, Steve, and Hot Shot Secrets. About a one-time shout-out to the Grump, the analyst. There you go. Gilligan's on board there, I guess getting his week started. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Let's see, 2 degrees, Platkill, New York. I'm taking a nap. It's been a long day. Then it's off to Schenectady, New York. With the potential for winter weather here in Atlanta, Georgia this weekend. I'll be sure to empty the grocery store shelves later this week. That is a fact, yes. By the way, happy Tuesday. No Snow Joe joins us from Florida, where typically you don't deal with it. But, yeah, we had some snow in Pensacola Saturday night, Sunday morning. There's Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Cool, breezy Dublin, Virginia, 27 degrees this hour. Keep it shiny side up. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, Bull Hauler, 24 in Hillsville, Virginia. Well, the Big Ten prevailed. The state of Indiana now has some redeeming qualities, and the boosters had better open their own bank. What was it Big Ed said about those of us rooting for the Hoosiers? Steve, did you catch the Buffalo Bills fired their head coach? Yes. What happened to the days of coaches that could lose 4 Super Bowls, then become the president of football operations? I guess nobody has the patience these days, but a special shout-out to Eagle tonight from I-77 southbound. There's the Ice Cream Man. Check it in here in Marion, Illinois tonight. Deborah on board from the Lone Star State. Steve, those little Hot Pockets, those orange packets, they work. May need to use several of them. Flannel or fleece-lined jeans, very warm. Got mine from the LL Bean Company. Rural King and some of the farm stores carry those as well. Trying to stay warm, right? Santa Claus, top of the morning, 48 degrees here in Elk Grove, California. About 2 miles from Kyle Larson's parents' home. He's our local hero here. Dave, morning, Steve, a.k.a. the Beach Bum. It's a cool 37 in Ocala, Florida tonight. Heading up to the meet point and then back to Tampa. All right, have a wonderful show. We'll be tuned in. There's Sneakers, I-57 south of Effingham, Illinois. 12 degrees at this hour. Yeah, no wind, but just brr. Cold. All right, for those with the clear skies, especially in northern tier of the country, tonight, according to several reports, could bring the best chance in months to see the northern lights, the aurora potentially glowing over dozens of states. Sunday, the sun unleashed a powerful eruption that sent a cloud of charged particles known as a coronal mass ejection racing toward the Earth. It has arrived, but it says when it arrives Monday night to early Tuesday, it will create dazzling displays of the northern lights, where the lights are rare, as a matter of fact. NOAA Space Prediction Center had issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for Monday night, expecting to reach a level 4 out of 5 on NOAA's space weather scale. This could be people as far south as maybe Alabama, Northern California, able to see the auroras during the peak of the event. All right, Northern Lights tonight. What are you seeing out there? Anything? It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
7 police officers were killed in Guatemala after gangs attacked during a prison crackdown. Authorities regained control and freed the hostages, but violence spread around Guatemala City, prompting increased military and police operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Was the ugly way to start the new week for a lot of folks in Michigan this past morning, with ultimately more than 100 vehicles smashing into each other or sliding off the interstate. Lake effect snow bands blanketing the state. The massive pileup Monday morning, prompting Michigan State Police to close both directions of Interstate 196 just southwest of Grand Rapids, while officials worked to remove all those vehicles, including more than 30 semi-trailer trucks. Police said there were numerous injuries, but amazingly no fatalities reported. Just the latest impact of the major winter storm moving across the country. National Weather Service had issued warnings about either extremely cold temperatures or the potential for winter storms across several states, starting in northern Minnesota, stretching south and east, Wisconsin, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York. Of course, it was a day earlier. We saw that snow as far south as the Florida Panhandle. It made it harder for football players to hang on to the ball during those playoff games in Massachusetts and Chicago. Of course, we know that forecasters warned freezing temperatures overnight into Tuesday this morning across much of north central Florida, once again in southeastern Georgia. The Ottawa County Sheriff's Office in Michigan said multiple crashes and jackknife semis had been reported, along with numerous slide-offs. Stranded motorists were actually being bused to the Hudsonville High School, where they could call for help or try to arrange a ride. Wow. Meanwhile, it was a day earlier. 6 injuries, 1 serious, involving 11 vehicles that closed a stretch of I-78 in Berks County in Pennsylvania there for about 7 hours. Pennsylvania State Police said the driver of a tractor-trailer was driving too fast for conditions on the snow-covered surface of I-78. State police say the driver lost control, hit the center concrete barrier. 10 more vehicles, including 3 additional tractor trailers, then crashed into the first vehicle. According to police, 6 drivers and passengers taken to area hospitals. 10 of the 11 vehicles were towed from the scene. All right, state police say applicable traffic conditions, citations will be issued against that initial tractor-trailer driver, they said, who was driving too fast for conditions. Again, shut down that interstate for about 7 hours there. What's the rush? I don't know. Maybe the fact that the clock is ticking, the ELD doesn't stop. The hours. Are we pushing too hard during these wintry conditions? Hey, what's going on, Grump?
Oh, not much. Congratulations on your win. Yeah, buddy. That was a good game, man. I think Big Ed, he's going to call in tomorrow night. I think he's on his way to Florida. So he said something about giving old Carson Beck a Big Ed ass whooping. So he said he'd call in tomorrow night.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's got something going on. But
I hear you.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, these damn idiots and the crash that happened behind me. And, I was in my pickup truck and I was sliding. It was just, and I wasn't going but probably 15 mile an hour, but all the traffic and stuff. And I started kind of sliding on a hill, and I gently, eased it into 4-wheel drive. And, that front end assist there really helped out a lot, getting control of it. But I'm looking in the mirror and I got through this construction. It was over in Columbia, Missouri, and here come this dumbass in a truck, barreling ass on all that ice and stuff, and wound up hitting a Jersey barrier and then coming back out on the road. And they just had a big old pile up there. When I went over and got my part, and I came back, I was going westbound on I-70 back in Columbia, and it just backed up forever because of that dumbass. It's like it doesn't register to some people that it's extremely slick, slow down, and it's. And I'm not, they can always take that extension, that inclement weather extension on their log. To get them wherever they need to be. So I don't know if it's the logbook or just lack of experience. It just I don't know. I ran from Kansas City to Ogden, Utah for 10 years, twice a week, out and back, and going across Wyoming. I would say 99.9% of the crashes that was out there, going across Elk and places like that, was people that hadn't driven a truck probably more than 6 months. And majority of them were, at that point in time, were foreigners of some sort. But it just, they just don't slow down. But anyway, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. Indiana earned it. That was just they just played like they have all year, But this deal that's going on up in Minneapolis, when they walked in that church, it's hard to believe that these people would actually violate the sanctity of somebody's place of worship.
Yep.
Do you honestly think that BLM and the rest of them blabbermouth morons that was there with them, and I'm going to be truthful about it, when you look at some of the women that were there, they're a bunch of lard-ass white women that needs a man in their life, something fierce. Either that or they're just a damn lesbian or something, I don't know. But when you look at them, they're bored out of their freaking mind. It's like they think that they're doing something that's just and right. All they're doing is creating more crap to fulfill some dumbass feeling that they have. They want to help somebody. They're helping these immigrants. No, you're helping a bunch of damn rapists and child molesters and people like that by disrupting the ICE stuff. But when they walked in that church, though, that I look for that changed the game right there, because number one, they violated the Faith Act. That's Joe Biden wrote that, or he didn't write it, but he signed it into law. That was to protect these abortion rights people that from being harassed and crap like that. So when they violated that, the Religious Freedom Act, they violated that, civil rights, And when them two goons was standing there at the door and wouldn't let anybody else get, outside, guess what that was? That's kidnapping. When you're holding people against their will, you just screwed the pooch on that one, buddy. I mean, that's just the way it is. And there's going to be a ton of charges, but the one thing that it did, when them charges are handed down, it opened up whoever in the hell is paying them clowns and the people themselves that walked into that church, especially that lady, that one blabbermouth lady. She's a lawyer. That black lady that was running her damn big old chops. She's a lawyer, and I guarantee you that Bondi right now is writing something up to get her stripped out of the bars. Through the ethics committee there at the bar, and if they strip her of her, right to practice law, that would just be fantastic. I mean, and then if she's attached to a law firm or something like that, the people need to sue the hell out of the law firm. It just changed the whole narrative of everything when they walked into that church showing their ass the way they did. Steve, the funny thing is they wouldn't do that down south. Go down to the Bible Belt. I'm serious. Let them walk down to go in down there and see one of them churches and see what happens, down there. I mean, people in the Bible Belt, they take their religion serious, and that's their sanctuary. Their sanctuary. If you got people out in the parking lot that didn't make it inside, they're out there drinking beer, and I guarantee you there's firearms in that car. Inside they might have a Bible in one pocket and a damn pistol in the other, but they are armed.
Right.
So they hit these targets like up in Minneapolis that they know nothing's going to happen to them. You didn't even see any cops show up. And that's something else that I would be suing the hell out of the city for violating my civil rights for not dispatching any police officers over there for their safety. But you're never going to see them morons like that go into some place in the South, in the Bible Belt and other places and try to push that garbage that they're talking down there. They're not going to do it because, number one, they'd get their damn neck broke. I mean, people ain't going to put up with that crap in places like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not religious per se. I have my belief in faith and in Christ and everything, but I don't practice it. I don't go to church. But I guarantee you, if there was a group of idiots like that was going to be raiding churches in my town, I'd be one of them standing there with a damn shotgun at the front door. And I don't think so. This is their safe space. Why don't you go back to yours? Since they were the ones that raised hell about their safe spaces. I mean, You go to college campuses and everything, they got it drawn off on this imaginary little box that they had drawn there. You can't come here because this is my safe space. Bringing in their emotional support snakes and rats and every damn thing else. I've never seen such a bunch of phony people in my damn life. It's like they're a product of this make-believe universe that they think they ought to be in. This perfect little world where they run every damn thing. And what pisses me off more than anything, Steve, is they are such a small percentage of the people in this country. I mean, they make up a very, very, very minute part of the people in this country. Why ain't people whooping their damn asses and sending them home? I mean, it just burns you up to see this crap, that a small group like that can get out there and throw frozen water bottles, beating on people's pickup trucks. I'd lay $100 bill on the front of my pickup truck, say, see if you can grab it. I mean, it just burns your ass to see the crap that goes on right now. And it's these liberal courts also. They'll write, these judges and these activist judges will tell ICE and the cops, every damn thing they can't do. But do you see anybody when they go into court with this, some of these morons here telling them, hey, you shouldn't have done it? Hell no, normally they release them. They just turn them loose. Well, don't do it again, okay? Okay, I won't. And then they're out there throwing more damn water bottles. When it's sub-zero, you don't go out there with a bullhorn and tell them to disperse. You go out there with a damn big-ass water cannon and you start hosing people down. When they turn into a popsicle, you roll their ass off in the grass somewhere. And when they thaw out in the spring, they'll think, damn, maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's ridiculous, man. It really is. But I'm sick of seeing it. I really am. I want to see people with some ball bats in their hands and just walk up and just start ringing some damn bells. Just get rid of these morons. Just run their asses back to their basements or wherever in the hell they crawled on, whatever rock they crawled underneath. And I'm just sick of it, man. It's just, you can't. I passed up a load going up there, and
that's my question. When is the trucking industry? Is there any? Are people hesitant to take loads up there right now?
I think they are, because we couldn't find anybody that wanted to go up there. They just didn't want to get involved in that mess up there. When they called me and said, "Hey, when you want to go up to Minneapolis," I said, it comes out of right by my house there, and it's less than 500 miles up there. He said, we'll give you $3,000. I said, all right, you give me $3,000. You pay all the damages to my truck when people are throwing damn water bottles and stuff to it, and you bail me out of jail. I'll go. I said, nah, I don't think you're the right guy to go up there. I said, no, I'm not, because I've been damned to somebody. If somebody's chunking a water bottle, I'm chunking lead back. That's a fact. You're not going to harm me or what I work my ass off to pay for because of some idiotic belief that you think some rapist and some damn child molester has a right to roam our streets. That ain't happening. I mean, I will defend myself. That's just the way it is, and I'll take my chances with a damn jury. I mean, that's just the way everybody should have some kind of a mindset saying, we're tired of this crap. This is America. The freedoms that we enjoy, we should be able to walk up and down the damn streets without a bunch of thugs and goons and these psycho bitches that are up there, ranting and raving because they, number one, they're too stupid to do anything else. I mean, it's turning your stomach, man. It really is. It's just, I don't know. I'm just sick of it, and I hope to hell a lot of other people get sick of it here, for long. I don't stick my nose in businesses up there, but I guarantee you, if it was in my town, we'd be slugging it out in the damn streets. I don't give a rat's ass. Like I said, I'll take my chances with a jury. Ain't nobody going to run over me, my family, or try to push that crap off on me. I just don't believe it. But anyway, man,
so now
that's about all I got.
We kind of wait and see if they're going to actually. I mean, you got the 1,500 troops on standby, and I don't know. Is the president going to send them in there? But when you're talking like we were talking, what, wind chills 30, 40 below? Are these dumbasses still going to be out there?
Yeah, they're going to be out there. They would lose a toe, by God, to protect some illegal. But I don't know why in the hell the troops ain't already there. And then you got Governor Walzhead, that big goofy bastard. He said he's got the National Guard up there on standby, and whether or not he needs them, to help protect the people. The people. Okay, he's talking about the illegals, is what he's talking about. They have no leg to stand on up there. I mean, not one damn leg to stand on. And if Trump is sitting around there waiting on them to have a change of heart, or maybe he's just waiting on the weather to get a little bit better. But now would be the time to send them in. Like I said, just fuel up the super soakers and just go in there and just start drowning asses. I guarantee you, every time they stuck their head out of a door, turn that thing into a popsicle. They get tired of getting hypothermia every time you turn around and eventually go home. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. I think they could handle this a lot better. And I listened to Noam. She was talking about that activist judge up there that already issued orders. I'd tell him to kiss it right off the bat. Say, no, you're not going to do this. When we make arrests and send people in there for your adjudication, then you do whatever the hell you got to do, but you're not going to tell me how to act as a police officer. He don't have that authority. For anybody to walk up there and believe that damn judge who's sitting in a courtroom is going to stick his head out the window and say, hey, you can't do this, I don't want you doing that, I don't want you doing that. I'd hit that bastard with a snowball. Get back inside,
Right. Right.
I mean, there is no sense in that crap. I mean, hell, I've dealt with, when I was a cop, dealt with an idiot judge like that thought that, he could just rule people's lives. I busted his ass for DUI one night, and we became real good friends. He's like, oh, you ain't going to tell anybody, are you? You ain't going to? No, Judge, I'm not going to tell anybody, except the news. I mean, it just, you know, I mean, you know, they don't walk above water. You know, they somehow think that they're just because they were appointed to that position, that they have the right to tell the President of the United States, who was duly elected by we the freaking people, that he doesn't have a leg to stand on, and that their voice is what's going to be heard. No, hell no. That's judicial activism right there. You know, I don't know why in the hell they're not doing it. They ought to get them a recall going, or have them, you know, haul their ass into Congress and have them testify on their political beliefs and things, because they sure as hell ain't following the law. But, you know, I don't know. I don't think the Republicans have the stomach to do it, or the Naticals either. I think they just so much they go along to get along instead of getting off their ass and actually fighting back once in a while. So we'll see what happens for the
get some what do they call it? Intestinal fortitude, I believe. He mentioned several things that Don Lemon may be facing some of these charges. The Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice yesterday, Harmeet Dillon, announcing that they're planning to charge Don Lemon, the disgraced former CNN anchor. They're planning to charge him under something known as the Ku Klux Klan Act, which was a Reconstruction-era law enacted to combat terrorist activities by groups like the KKK. The impending charges stemming from his involvement when that group of anti-ICE activists stormed the church in Minneapolis Sunday, disrupting a religious service and intimidating worshipers there. Now, I'm not familiar. It says the Ku Klux Klan Act, formerly known as the Enforcement Act of 1871, prohibits conspiracies to threaten, injure, or intimidate individuals to prevent them from exercising their constitutional rights, including the free exercise of religion. Now, according to reports, Lemon not only accompanied the protesters, but had prior knowledge of their plans to target the church that was actually hosting a service at the time. Some have even alleged that he was the one that incited the protesters to actually target that church. Before the incident, Lemon is seen in his team's own footage discussing the secret operation with activists, confirming they had the church's address, even instructing his staff not to reveal the location. We're not going to give any information away. He's heard in one clip saying, the former CNN anchor also acknowledges, quote, "We don't know what's happening. We kind of do, but we don't know how it's going to play out, right?" Upon arrival, he directs the camera. "We're here. I think maybe if you just have it on the church." After the incident, Lemon claimed, "I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism," as he put it. Now, that lie has fueled the Department of Justice's case, with officials arguing Lemon's actions went beyond reporting and amounted to active participation in violating the congregants' civil rights. This past morning, Dillon appeared on the Benny Show to explain the legal implications here. The Klan Act is one of the most important federal civil rights statutes. It makes it illegal to terrorize and violate the civil rights of citizens. Whenever people conspire to do this, the Klan Act can be used. She emphasized that the full force of the federal government will be brought to bear on such disruptions, kind of drawing parallels to how the FACE Act has been used against pro-life protesters outside of abortion clinics. Everyone in the protest community needs to know that the fullest force of the federal government is going to come down and prevent this from happening. and we're going to put people away for a long time. Well, as Dylan noted, if peaceful pro-life grandmas can face felony charges for praying outside of clinics, then activists and so-called journalists who disrupt churches should expect the same accountability. So again, I'm not really familiar, never heard of that, but we'll see. Maybe not a good day. Don Lemon just made it easier for them to press these charges with his knowledge beforehand on video, then lying, saying he didn't know. We close out hour number one. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem called a federal judge's order limiting federal agents' actions against peaceful protesters in Minnesota a little ridiculous, saying it did not change how immigration enforcement is conducted.
That judge's order didn't change anything for how we're operating on the ground because it's basically telling us to do what we've already been doing.
The judge barred tactics like pepper spray or detaining drivers without cause amid ongoing protests over ICE operations in Minneapolis. President Trump is not ruling out using force in efforts to acquire Greenland.
In a phone interview with NBC News, Trump was asked if the U.S. would use force to seize the Danish territory, to which he said no comment. Over the weekend, the president said he would put 10% tariffs in place on Denmark and other European countries until a deal was reached for the U.S. to get Greenland. Meanwhile, Trump has said because he hasn't won the Nobel Peace Prize for what he said was stopping 8 wars plus, he'll focus on what's good for the U.S. and will stop purely thinking of peace. I'm Wendy Swanson.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is defending President Trump's plan to impose tariffs on Denmark and European allies who do not support the U.S. taking Greenland.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Bessent argued that tariffs are a matter of national security importance.
It is a strategic decision by the president. This is a geopolitical decision, and he is able to use the economic might of the U.S. to avoid a hot war.
His comments come as the European Union was set to hold an emergency meeting to discuss President Trump's Greenland tariffs. On Sunday, EU leaders warned in a joint statement that the tariffs undermine transatlantic relations, adding, "We will continue to stand united in response." I'm Mark Mayfield.
A third illegal alien detained by ICE has died. Officials say 36-year-old Victor Manuel Diaz of Nicaragua was found unresponsive at Camp East Montana, located inside of Fort Bliss in Texas. He was later pronounced dead. ICE calls it a suicide, but the cause is still under full investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
In Lakewood, California, a 52-year-old man fatally shot his wife and 17-year-old daughter on Thursday before taking his own life inside their home. Deputies say a 19-year-old daughter survived and was unharmed, and say there is no ongoing threat as the investigation continues. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is the biggest money man in Texas politics, with more than $105 million in his campaign war chest. Republican strategist Bill Miller expects him to spread that cash around before the midterms.
$100 million does sound like a lot of money, and it certainly is for one candidate. But if he starts spreading it around the state, it won't last long.
He says the governor has his eyes on Houston, which he wants to turn dark red. Travelers without a real ID will soon have another option. Beginning February 1st, TSA's new Confirm ID program allows passengers to verify their identity using biographic or biometric information. The optional process costs about $45 and is recommended before arriving at the airport. The Army-Navy football game is a classic rivalry.
Now, President Trump says he plans to sign an executive order that would give the annual event an exclusive television window so no other postseason games could be played at the same time. Trump called the game one of our greatest American traditions and criticized the proposed expanded college football playoff for possibly pushing it aside. It's not clear what legal authority such an order would carry. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Just like that, away we go. Hey, we got a brand new day underway. Time zone to time zone, 20th day of January. Yes, indeed. We turned the page on the calendar. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start, right? Got the hard part behind us. Monday in the rearview mirror. Time to get to work. And hello to John, checking in from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada this morning. How cold is it up there, John? As cold as we are. I know you're colder. Daniel, morning, sitting here in Longview, Washington. sitting here waiting on a load, hopefully. Yeah, typical union. 40 degrees, though. Weather's pretty nice. At least I'm not in that sub-zero freeze box of Minnesota. Michael says, Steve finally wins a football game. Called Indiana. Yeah, thanks a bunch. What you got there? You're talking about these drivers going too fast for conditions in the snow. He said the problem with a lot of these drivers are they're letting the ELD dictate how they drive. They're racing the clock to make every second count. And while the ELD is not the only problem, it's amplified the problem of no flexibility. It's a huge problem. Yeah, Congress knew this was going to happen. They didn't care. Yeah, look how many accidents are caused because drivers are running flat out. Yeah, pedal to the metal, foot to the floor. Yeah, now they're not properly trained, and they're not going to fix the problem because they won't get these kind of drivers off the nation's highway. All right, good to have you with us. Daniel, thanks for chiming in. What we got? Let's see, a couple of other listener friends on board. Hello to Gary Montgomery. Billy just joins us. Good to have you with us once again. We were talking troops. I had asked the Grump, do you think the president's actually going to order the 1,500 troops there into Minneapolis? Shorty said Trump's going to send in troops from Alaska. You know, those that deal with all this bitterly cold weather stuff. And I see that is a true statement, apparently. Yeah, those 1,500 may soon be in Minnesota as the lefty continue protesting the immigration operations. And the fraud scandal linked to the Somali community gets deeper with each passing day. Senior U.S. officials speaking to Fox News said the administration is preparing the troops for possible deployment. And the U.S. Army's 11th Airborne Division, which is based in Alaska, specializes in cold weather and mountain warfare, has been given the prepare to deploy orders. You know, of course, leftist, mobilized, protesting immigrations and customs enforcement. The whole Renee Good incident when she weaponized her car as he and other agents were being blocked from performing their work there. These protesters have brought a lot more tension to situations involving ICE officers in Minnesota. Leaders being criticized regarding the rampant fraud, of course, that continues to go on. In a statement to Fox, Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell said the Department of War is always prepared to execute the orders of the commander-in-chief if called upon. Now, the president has threatened to use the Insurrection Act if the Democrat state continues allowing these lefties to attack the ICE agents. His quote via a social media post was, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop these professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to this travesty taking place in that once great state. Right now, I see that there are apparently some 1,360 individuals sitting in jail in Minnesota that have ICE detainers. And the state refuses to release these criminals to ICE. Now, the update yesterday, apparently they announced a major sweep in Minneapolis on Monday, revealing Homeland Security has removed some 2,500 criminal illegal aliens tied to violent offenses and repeat predatory crimes across the city. Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin intensified the pressure on local leaders, demanding that Mayor Fry immediately surrender the 1,360 additional criminal aliens that are sitting in city jails right now with ICE detainers. Rather than releasing them back in to Minneapolis neighborhoods, she appeared on Fox News this past morning demanding Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Fry stop releasing these criminal aliens back on the streets where they continue committing crimes. Yeah, demanding the city honor the more than 1,360 immigration detainers against criminal aliens being held in their custody. It's common sense. Criminal illegal should not be released back onto the streets to terrorize more innocent Americans. Now, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem added that the agency has arrested more than 10,000 criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, raining terror in Minneapolis. Tim Walz and Jacob Fry refused to protect their own people and instead protect criminals. In the last 6 weeks, our Homeland Security law enforcement have arrested 3,000 criminal illegal aliens, including vicious murderers, rapists, child pedophiles, incredibly dangerous individuals. Yeah, a huge victory for public safety. Now, McLaughlin also appeared on CNN over the weekend. Said nothing is going to stop ICE from putting American families, children, and American lives first. Federal officials say this operation in Minneapolis is far from over. Now, Minneapolis is going to remain a focal point until every criminal criminal alien in local custody is turned over to federal authorities. Now, they both framed the crackdown as a test of whether city and state leaders are willing to put public safety ahead of politics. Homeland Security and ICE are going to continue this surge until Minneapolis stops releasing these offenders back into the community. Wow. So it goes on and on. Around the country, 844-844-3388. We'll get to some other industry headlines coming up in the hour ahead. First, let's get to Eagle, see what's happening out there. Morning, Eagle. Are you staying warm?
Yeah, I'm staying warm. Like I said, I'm trying to stay away from Texas from what I'm hearing. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. So, yeah, I'll probably stay out on the road this week because, you've been talking about it. And they've been talking about it. I've been listening to the Texas radio stations while I was here in Georgia. And, they saying that this storm could be pretty bad in Dallas area, Oklahoma, with that cold and the cold air and the moisture. It could have some serious ice in the Dallas, Texas area and in other areas. So, I don't want nothing to do with that. So, I'll probably stay out on the road for another week or so before I go home. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit different by the time the last week, and then I try to get ready. Hopefully February, get ready for Daytona. But, like I say, I knew I had jinxed myself, Steve. We did good for I had told you we had done good for the last 2 months of the year. November and December was pretty warm all over the country. We really didn't have no cold and stuff like that. But I always remember, we still had January and February, and it looked like these next 2 months is gonna be rough. I don't know when that groundhog's supposed to come out, but I got a feeling when that groundhog come out, he gonna say it's gonna be another couple of weeks of winter. The way things are going right now, it's not looking good. With it snowing in Florida,
right?
And that's never a good sign when you got snow in Florida. Even though it's not that much. But yeah, Steve, before I get to the accident that I was just talking to you about last night, and when I turned on my phone today, I couldn't believe what I seen. 100 vehicle accident.
Yeah.
In Michigan. That's a damn shame. But yeah, before I get to that, I want to get back to the coaching deal right quick. And I want to say one quick thing. I've already said this a couple of weeks ago about Indiana. I want to make one quick note with them right quick. That's going to go down as one of the greatest victories in college football, any sport history, Steve. Indiana, people don't realize that was the worst college program in college in football. They had the worst record in college football over the last decades. And then to go from being the worst, they went from worst to first. And that's hard to do. And they not only did they do that, they won all 16 games. So you got to get in, whether you like Indiana or not. You gotta, because they went through some tough teams and they showed what they was all about. So I didn't think Indiana was going to be able to do what they did, and they definitely did it. So all I can say is congratulations, and that's, like I say, that's one of the biggest sports stories in football history, whether college or pro. Because, like I'm gonna say, repeat that again. They went from worst to first, because they was the worst college football team in the history of college football, and now they're national champions. So, congratulations. But Steve, another thing we've been talking over the last couple of days. College football, NFL football is starting to be like college football. They had another coach get fired today, and this coach made it to the playoffs. Right. He played just on Sunday. He was in a playoff game, and now today he's in the unemployment line. It's hard to believe. I think he won 10 or 11 games with the Buffalo Bills. So I looked at it today. There are 10 coaches. I think they said there were 10 coaching changes this year. And there's only 32 teams in the league, and they got 10 teams that are looking for coaches right now. So these owners of these teams are, like I say, if you either going to win games or you're going to be out the door. And that includes people that's got Super Bowl championships. Coaches Harbaugh got kicked out of town. Mike Tomlin got kicked out of Pittsburgh. Both of these are Super Bowl winning coaches, and both of them was in the unemployment line. So these owners are determined to win ball games. And if you can't get the job done, they'll find somebody else who will. I think Buffalo made a bad mistake. That guy was a good coach. It's not his fault that the referee cheated them out of the game. It's the same as Harbaugh. The man missed the field goal, and Harbaugh lost his job. Both of those guys should still be coaching in the same state, in the same team. But these owners don't see it that way. It's going to be hard. There's very few coaches that can replace that guy at Buffalo. That guy's a good coach, and he didn't deserve what he got today. But I think he'll turn up with somebody else's team. Pittsburgh Steelers might be interested in him, and there's a lot of coaching vacancies. The Miami Dolphins, Baltimore, they still looking for a coach. So I believe that he's going to turn up with somebody's team, because he's too good of a coach to be in the unemployment line. But that's what sports has turned into, Steve. Win or get the hell out. We can find somebody else who can get the job done. That's basically what there's too much money on the line now to let a guy hang around, if he's not winning games. That's what it looks like. Now, getting to this situation with the accidents, like Grunt was saying, Steve, and like I just told you last night, we got too many inexperienced drivers out here. These companies are turning loose these drivers with no snow experience, no winter driving experience. You can't train a guy such as Swift or Warner or whoever, train him in warm weather in the summer, and then in April, May, June, and July, and then give him the keys to the damn truck. And he ain't never drove. Some of these guys grew up in the South, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. They never even seen snow before, except on television. And you gonna get a guy keys to an 80,000-pound truck and send him to Michigan or Ohio or Pennsylvania, which places where it's snow at, with no experience. And what do you think is going to happen when you put an inexperienced driver on ice? Bad things are going to happen, and that's what we've seen today. There's no excuse, Steve. Like I say, I've been around trucking for a long time, and I don't think I've ever. I know you've been around long. I've never heard of a 100-vehicle accident before. When I looked at the video of this today, it's totally ridiculous for all these trucks and cars to be involved in over 100 vehicles. Did you see that video today?
I haven't seen the video. I've seen some of the still photographs, and total carnage. I can't believe there were no fatalities.
Yeah, that's what I can't believe. Yeah, it happened in Grand Rapids, Michigan. But yeah, you need them during your break. Yeah, maybe you could take a look at that, the video of it. It's ridiculous. I don't know how many trucks was involved in it, but it's a lot. And, trucks in the ditches, jackknife, the whole deal. They said that it was a whiteout blizzard. I don't know what caused it, but all it takes is for one or two cars to make a mistake, or a truck to make a mistake, and then you got chaos. So that's why I was just telling you last night, when I see, like I say, what I've learned over the years, Steve, when I'm driving down the road and I start seeing trucks in the ditch. When you see a truck in the ditch, jackknife, or on the shoulder, jackknife, that's a sign that something is not right with the road conditions. When I start seeing, that's a good sign that you need to get the hell off the road. When you start seeing trucks in the middle of the ditch, jackknife, that's a sign that the road conditions are not good, and you need to find a place to pull off until conditions get better. And but here's the dumbest mistake that these idiots make, Steve, and I know you've seen it up there in Cincinnati, is these guys that want to drive past the snowplow. These guys are out there doing the work, snow plowing the road, and you got a knucklehead that wants to drive by this man. He's trying to make the road conditions better for you, so you can so you won't spin out. He's putting salt on the ground and the grime and whatever else. And yet you still see people driving by these snow plows as they making their way down the road. And, in the left-hand lane, that's the worst lane to be in, because the right lane is the one that most states, that's the lane that they're going to try to get, ready first. So you want to stay in the right-hand lane as much as possible. If you jump in the left-hand lane, you just asking for trouble, especially if the road hasn't been cleaned or wiped. There's no telling what's under that snow. It's probably ice, and that's where these idiots spin out, get jumping in the left lane, because they, like you said, they got these electronic logs, and they got these dispatchers that are pushing them to the limit. Like I told you, Steve, I made myself a promise a long time ago, and I told you just this last night. If a dispatcher tells me, like I said, I'll call him up on the phone. That's the least you can do. If you feel like it's not safe, don't try to hide it from the guy. Don't pull off to a truck stop, and then the next morning they wake up and find out that you've been in a truck stop all night long, and they didn't know that the load was going to be delayed. No, call your dispatch and tell the guy, hey, the roads are not safe, and I'm pulling off in a truck stop. And if you got somebody else that feel like they can do the job, hey, I'll be sitting at the truck stop. I'll drop the trailer in the middle of the parking lot, and he can do his thing, and he can get it to a destination if he think he can do it. But my truck is not moving until I know road conditions are better. And you just talked about it last night. No company or no dispatcher can force you on the road with this termination threat. If you, like I said, get you a recorder, get whatever you got to get. If anybody tells you that you have to operate a truck in those conditions, they can be terminated from their job, and because nobody should be forced to get on the road and have an accident and kill yourself or kill somebody else. So that's my advice to these new drivers out there nowadays, is to be as safe as possible, and don't let nobody push you to the limit, because no paycheck is worth losing your life. You want to go back home to your family in the long run. Now, one other thing right quick, Steve, I wanted to talk to you about, and I thought I had seen the last of this guy. I thought I had seen and heard the last of this guy, but this guy's nothing but a troublemaker, just like the other lady that was affiliated with him. And everywhere he goes, it seems like trouble comes around. And that's that Don Lemon guy. I told you that a long time ago, when CNN should have got rid of him, and that's exactly what they did. They dismissed him because he's nothing but a racist, just like Joy Reid is a racist, and Al Sharpton, all three of them are nothing but racist, and they don't do nothing but create havoc everywhere they go. What he did in that church, what Don Lemon did in that church the other day on Sunday, was uncalled for, because he has such hatred towards Donald Trump and the Republican Party. He did what he did, but he might have got himself in some serious hot water, because from what I'm understanding, the Department of Justice is looking into Don Lemon, and that's exactly what they're supposed to do. And hopefully he'll end up behind bars alongside Ilhan Omar and the rest of them losers up there in Minnesota. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. All right. Covered the bases there. All right. Thank you much, Eagle. About an hour ago, I saw that the Indiana Weather Online saying that there's big-time possible travel impacts right there in the Bloomington area tonight, due to the excessive partying and celebrations in Bloomington. Yeah, some travel impacts are possible. They said, great job tonight, Hoosiers. If you are partying tonight, please do so responsibly. But they're just obviously highlighting that area right there around Bloomington. A lot of people may be out and about late. And, technically, I guess the bars are still open. Bars shut down at, 2 a.m. I mean, even though it's a weeknight, Monday night, I think there's going to be a lot of people maybe calling in sick for a Tuesday morning. A little hungover after the victory there, national championship. First ever. Congratulations, Indiana. All right, be careful out there, folks. And, of course, Eagle mentioned another coach. Anybody see that coming? Bills Mafia officially down a head coach. Bills fired Sean McDermott after 9 seasons yesterday. Of course, the final of which ended Saturday with that overtime divisional round playoff loss to the Broncos. McDermott finishes his time in Buffalo with a regular season record, 98 wins, 50 losses, a postseason mark of 8-8. Now, they said the Bills will keep the general manager, Brandon Beane, and he will lead the coach for the next head coach. Lead the search, I guess. Of course, Saturday's crushing 33-30 loss in overtime had plenty of controversy, as we know, but I didn't see that coming.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
7 police officers were killed in Guatemala after gangs attacked during a prison crackdown. Authorities regained control and freed the hostages, but violence spread around Guatemala City, prompting increased military and police operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
According to spaceweather.com, at the moment they say the solar storm is subsiding a bit. Now, what was a severe G4 geomagnetic storm when a super fast coronal mass ejection hit the Earth is now subsiding. We'll continue to see G1 to G3 storms intermittently on into our Tuesday here as the Earth's magnetic field kind of settles back into a less stormy state. Now, high-latitude sky watchers should be able to photograph auroras for the next 24 hours as the solar wind continues to blow faster than 800 kilometers a second in the wake of that CME. Apparently, the solar storm arrived a little earlier than predicted. The impact was perfectly timed for Europe, they tell us. The geomagnetic storm started just after nightfall in the EU, while the new moon provided dark skies for long exposure photography, and some of the photos coming out are just absolutely brilliant, astounding. Let's see, fantastic show, unbelievable in France, according to one photographer there. The auroras were actually visible to the naked eye, with nice green and red colors, but obviously if you set your camera on a long exposure, the camera picks up things you cannot see with the naked eye, and it's just beautiful. I have seen some posts from here in the lower 48. Yeah, beautiful red sky over Washington State. Somebody posted a few hours ago, so there you go. Meanwhile, around the country, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And hello, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Y'all shut that freezer door up there. You're about to drive us out down here.
I'm telling you. I'm with you.
Whew. Yeah, I just got south of Fayetteville on my return trip, and it's 16 Dungarees Frankenstein up here. That I stopped at the truck stop, take on fuel earlier, and saw something going across there. I went out there and looked. It was a possum wearing a parka. Woo, mercy. But Eagle is correct on what he was saying about force dispatch. You can find on for like Android and iPhone the phone call recorder. Get that and install it on your phone and engage it every time you have a business-related call. And if a dispatcher tries to force you out during inclement weather where the roads are nowhere near safe, that is no longer, from what I gather, a misdemeanor. That is a jailable offense. If they threaten you to the point that you have to get out on the road, they can actually be jailed for that now. And under sort of safety acts and all that related to drivers, and force dispatch is they can't do it legally, and don't let them bulldog you. Second of all, these younger drivers that they put out here don't have the mindset. They watch too many of that Fast and Furious movies and want to get out here and drive like crazy, and have not received the proper training. And on one element of the truck that it's dangerous to use if you're jackknifing, but the trailer brake lever, I did it, if you remember back in 2012 when the state of Arkansas got shut down due to that big blizzard that hit down here, the snow, sleet, and ice.
Right.
And I ran 49, didn't know it was shut down. I made it up, went to Springdale and came back, and there was well over 100 trucks from Fort Smith or from Alma to Springdale that were upside down in the ditch or watered up in a big knot or off down in gullies because they missed a bridge. A lot of people got hurt and killed. And I ended up, the truck kept jackknifing on me as I was trying to come down these real steep hills. And I was just basically going at idle crawl, and it would pick up like 30 mile an hour and start jackknifing. And the only thing that I could do was grab that trailer brake lever and slam it for like a second or so and then let off of it to basically throw an anchor out. It's not for the faint of the heart, and it's not for a greenhorn, but it can be implemented if you think it through. So if conditions get that bad, find some place to hold up. Don't get out there and it's not worth your life and all that over some daggum scratch. Don't even do it and all that. And for all y'all that your thoughts and prayers and all that having to put Miss Lucy down, I thank you.
Yeah.
She was a really good dog and all that. It hurts and all that because the man who owned her next door, I was training her to be his service animal because he's former law enforcement with extreme PTSD.
Wow.
And two little stare-stiff kids. And so I had been working with that dog for months on end to train it to be of some help to him and to his wife and kids.
Wow. So
it is what it is, and all of it. It hurts, but that's life. And other than that, I wish y'all all well. Y'all stay warm and stay safe, please. I don't mind talking bad about you. Just don't want to hear anything bad happen to you.
Thank you very much, Scrapyard. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm right on board with you. It's shut the barn door up there, Canada. Come on, enough already. With that, I see the forecast for Lake Erie. They're saying Lake Erie will be locked up by the end of this week, a.k.a. frozen over. Ice on Erie is spreading fast. It's about to speed up even more with an even colder blast of Arctic air coming in Friday and through the weekend. This could easily end up being our coldest week since January of 2018. When we've seen temperatures like this in the past, ice formation takes off quickly. Sometimes soaring toward that seasonal average of 94% coverage. And no, the lake definitely does not freeze that much every year, but Wednesday, the gusty winds in the forecast may shuffle the ice around a bit, breaking it up and pushing more of it toward the eastern basin of the lake. But the real story comes Friday through Sunday with calmer winds and brutally cold air. It will be ideal conditions for rapid ice growth. All right, if you've been waiting for Lake Erie to lock up, this is the week it happens. Be careful Wednesday with those winds if you're thinking about getting out on the ice anyway. Stay warm. The big freeze is in full effect. All righty. Until this past, I had heard nothing about it. Today is like an anniversary day. You realize? January 20th. The swearing of the president. 1 year, right, for the president? I guess, at first I thought, is this somebody just trying to pull something off? But they've actually got a full-fledged website entitled RemoveTheRegime.com. I clicked on the link, and it's real. I have no idea how many people have frequented it, but it says, today, January 20th, 2 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern, I guess that is, millions of liberals across the country are planning something huge. The chatter is, I'm as mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore. On January 20th, we're walking out to free America. Anybody planning on parking their truck today? You're going to walk out of your job? All right, then we'll be walking in to remove the regime. This is their plan. We're walking out of work. We're walking out of school. We're walking out of anywhere and everywhere because it's past time that we stop cooperating with fascism. Starting at 2 p.m., it says local time here. So I guess from time zone to time zone, we start a wave of walkouts across the nation. To send a clear message, we demand freedom from this hostile, lawless takeover of our country. Then we start walking in. Congress has the power to remove a tyrant from office. It's not an opinion, it's their sworn duty. So at 3 p.m., we start walking into local congressional offices and demand impeachment and removal. We are peacefully demanding that our representatives file their own articles of impeachment against Trump and senior Trump officials. We're demanding that they force a vote. Donald Trump has committed tyranny and obstruction of justice. Turning ICE into a paramilitary force is an act of treason. On January 20, we're telling our congressional officials it is their duty right now to impeach, convict, and remove. And they repeat that 3 times. Impeach, convict, and remove. Post your plans to join the walkout. Walk in using the hashtags Free America and Remove the Regime. Document your visits with the 20th, on the 20th, with those hashtags so we can multiply the movement. Find your congressional office, sign up, and receive articles of impeachment. Find all the information you need at RemoveTheRegime.com. We'll see you January 20th. Thank you for standing up for our democracy. We can do this. Okay. Anybody heard a thing about it? I didn't think so. I don't know. Anybody walking out? 844-844-3388. In other words, the Trump derangement syndrome is continuing full steam ahead out there. These people just don't get it. I've seen so many, and I've even shared a few myself. Going back, go to the archives and look to the likes of Bill Clinton, who in 1995, in his remember back in the days when they did the weekly radio address from the president? My first radio job, it was like noon every Saturday. Yeah, the president would come on. It was usually like a 10-minute little, the weekly radio address talking about what's going on. And in Bill Clinton's 1995 weekly radio address, immigration was a hot topic. Deportation was a hot topic. And he said at the time, it doesn't matter if they haven't committed additional crimes while they're in the country. They came here illegally, and they must go. Obama made similar statements. The archives you can find on the record. Chuck Schumer, years ago, made all these. Everyone's made these statements. Just now that Trump's doing it, doing what every predecessor had done, he's a fascist. It's just things that make you go, All right, real quick, we're talking about McDermott being fired from the Bills this past day. When Josh Allen tossed a pass to wide receiver Brandon Cooks on the Bills' first overtime possession Saturday, the ball was ripped away by Denver's cornerback, Jaquan McMillan. That play was ruled an interception, of course. Although it was speculated Cooks was already down. I've watched that video over and over. And I mean, once your knee hits the ground, technically you're down, right? And he had possession. It's hard to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled, according to McDermott. In my eyes, it was a catch by Cooks. Yes, in my eyes, it was. But even if it wasn't, let's just say, and I'm being objective here, even if it wasn't, the players are owed to me. Hey, let's stop it. Let's slow it down. Let's put the head referee and give him a chance to look at the monitor just to make sure. Just to make sure. Anyway, McDermott, hired by the Bills in 2017 after 6 seasons as the Panthers' defensive coordinator, a year after McDermott's hiring the Bills, made the franchise-altering decision to select eventual league MVP Allen with the 7th overall pick in 2018's NFL Draft. 29-year-old Allen and McDermott have reached the playoffs in 7 of their 8 seasons together. The closest they came to a Super Bowl was in 2020 and in 2024 when they fell to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship games, both times. Long regarded as the AFC East powerhouse, the Bills saw a sudden shift in dynamics this season due in part to a resurgent Patriots squad under their first-year coach, Mike Vrabel. New England at 14-3 went on to claim their first AFC East title in 2019, while the Bills, winners of division 5 straight years, finished second in the division at 12-5. So all this, with Steelers coach Mike Tomlin out, Ravens coach Harbaugh, 18 years out. Of course, he has now been named the next head coach of the Giants. So and as we see, the Bills are now one of 8 current vacancies in the NFL, joining the Ravens, Steelers, Dolphins, Browns, Titans, Cardinals, and Raiders. A lot of coaching slots open out there as we speak. We return into...
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Hello to Billy, joining us this early Tuesday. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks. 28 degrees. Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Happy Taco Tuesday. The Iron Duck checks in from Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 9 degrees. Keep the rubber side down. All right, who else on board here? Drummer Girl, good morning all. 23, feels like 13 here in Northeast Philly tonight. Most of the main roads are dry. I did find that there are still some snow-covered spots in areas. And it looks like we may get some more snow coming up this weekend. Yes, indeed. Well, let's head on down to Florida. Another chilly start to another day. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Cold.
Cold. Me too, man. I'll join the party with you. Hey, before I start my little rant, and I'm going to have a little bit of a rant tonight, but I want to congratulate Indiana on their win. And everybody's talking about Miami being the underdog, and I'm a Florida guy, and you think, well, why is he talking about Indiana, man? Why is he talking about Indiana? Well, that little quarterback from Indiana actually is from Miami, and that gentleman tried out for the Canes and didn't make it for some reason or another. I don't know why they didn't take him. You know, maybe they saw something that just didn't fit their program or whatever. But I want to congratulate him for doing what he needed to do in his hometown. Now, here's something else that means pretty something detriment, or well, I should say, means a lot to him is, Steve, who is the only NFL team to go undefeated? Can you remember?
I cannot, no.
And you can Google this, guys. The 1972 Miami Dolphins under Don Shula.
Okay.
Now this kid in Indiana that's going to Indiana is from Miami, and his team went undefeated in Don Shula's house. Now how can that? I mean that's monumental in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yes,
that is a dream. You only dream that kind of stuff. Okay, so kudos to him. He got his dream, you know, and I'm a Florida guy, and I'm a diehard Florida guy. And I have a friend that played with the Hurricanes under Jimmy Johnson, Mr. Dale Dawkins, who played for the Jets, and he was at the game last night. And, you know, it's one of those things, you know, it's a dream. We all have a dream growing up, what we want to do. Some of us make it, some of us don't. Well, that kid made it last night, and I'm very proud of him for doing it, and especially being a Floridian. That's right. He's a Floridian. All right, so getting off of that rant. Now, I'm going to call this next segment, Make Your Mind Up or Not. Steve, have you heard about ICE being down here in Florida? Have you heard anything about it?
I can't say per se that I have, but I tell you what, since we're going to make your mind up, we only got about a minute before news break. Before we get on that, I'm sure you'll need more than 60 seconds. But ponder that for a moment. And coming up, here's what we're learning via AccuWeather in the coming days. This changing weather setup is going to favor the development of big storms capable of spreading snow, ice, and rain, stretching from the mountains in the Pacific Northwest right through the heart of the country and then onto the eastern seaboard. It's looking much more likely that a major storm with ice, snow is going to affect the south central part of the U.S. late this week. And then all eyes will be later on the Appalachians and the Atlantic seaboard then for the upcoming weekend. Again, more details coming up in our next hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests sparked by the fatal shooting of Renee Good. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is defending President Trump's plan to impose tariffs on Denmark and European allies who do not support the U.S. taking Greenland.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Bessent argued that tariffs are a matter of national security importance.
It is a strategic decision by the president. This is a geopolitical decision, and he is able to use the economic might of the U.S. to avoid a hot war.
His comrades come as the European Union was set to hold an emergency meeting to discuss President Trump's Greenland tariffs. On Sunday, EU leaders warned in a joint statement that the tariffs undermine transatlantic relations, adding, "We will continue to stand united in response." I'm Mark Mayfield.
Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
There's a new breast cancer DNA test that scientists say predicts which treatment will work best.
It was developed at the Institute for Cancer Research in London, and it involves a simple blood test and liquid biopsy. Researchers are telling the British newspaper The Guardian it has the potential to be game-changing for the more than 2 million women worldwide diagnosed with breast cancer each year. If it's used early on to direct women to the right combination of chemotherapy and immunotherapy, scientists think it would boost survival rates. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
We have to follow the law, and there are strict rules when it comes to FERPA, and that will not change.
From Florida, the Sarasota County School District is expected to consider a resolution tomorrow affirming full cooperation with law enforcement, including ICE. District spokesman Craig Maniglia spoke with WFLA.
We also do not release any kind of student records to anybody, so everybody in our school, we respect all the privacy.
District officials say student files remain protected, though critics question whether such a resolution is necessary given constitutional due process guarantees. At least 8 skiers were killed in 3 separate avalanches in the Austrian Alps over the weekend. The deadly snowslides hit areas near Salzburg and central Austria, despite clear warnings about high avalanche danger, underscoring hazardous winter conditions. A smaller version of the Las Vegas Sphere is going to be built in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Sphere Entertainment Company has announced a collaboration with the county, the state of Maryland, and Peterson Companies to build a Sphere at National Harbor. It'll have about 16,000 seats as well as cutting-edge technology such as a 16K display and Sphere immersive sound. The effort will be supported by about $200 million in state, local, and private incentives. No timeline has been established since construction is contingent on several pending agreements and approvals. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Another hour just like that. What do you say? Taco Tuesday comes our way. 20th day of January. Okay, let me get back to Philip. All right, where do we leave off? Something along the lines of make up your mind, I think you said.
Absolutely. And then I ask you, have you heard anything about the ice being down here? I mean, the story that just ran on your thing about Sarasota was on there. That's really one of the only things. And if you want to check any of these articles out, please look at clickorlando.com. That's where I'm getting a lot of my information from. Okay, so ICE is coming to Florida in another way. And how it's happening is they are going to build another detainment center down here. They want another detainment center, Steve.
Okay.
Now, we know about Alligator Alcatraz. ICE was down here in Central Florida. The administrators from ICE in Washington came down here last week, and they were looking at warehouses down here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They found a warehouse that's on East Orlando. It's off of 528. Okay? And this warehouse is perfect for what they needed. Everything is under air. Everything is under heat. It's all enclosed. It can take a hurricane. It's one of the warehouses that FEMA could actually use if they wanted to store their stuff for hurricanes and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay? It's a brand new warehouse, state of the art. It's got 98 doors. It's a big place. It's probably 3 to 5 times bigger than Alligator Alcatraz. Okay, and the reason why I say make your mind up or not is, if you guys remember, and this has been in the news down here, that Orange County was complaining that they didn't want to detain ICE people, or, the folks that were being brought in by ICE, the illegals, in their jail, because they were complaining they were going to have to pay for it. Okay? Since January 1 of this year, how many days in this year are we? We are 20 days into this year. Right, Steve?
Correct.
There has been over 800 people detained by ICE in Orange County's jail right now. 800. It's actually, if you want to know the exact number, it's 831.
Wow.
Are in the county jail being awaited to go to where they need to go to be taken care of. Okay? So here comes ICE. They come down here and look at these warehouses. It's a safe place. It's in a rural area. They say, it's going to affect tourism. How's it going to affect tourism when it's sitting on the east side of Orlando, damn near in the marsh? Okay? There ain't no Walt Disney World in the marsh. Okay?
Yeah.
All right? So my question is, make your mind up or not. Do you want to put the people up and do this? Do you want this taken care of in your county, or do you want to pay for it? It seems like to me the folks at ICE are trying to take some pressure off of these counties down here so they don't have to put them up in their jails and cost money. It costs them more money to hold these people in the jail, feed them, take care of them, than it does the regular prisoners. Okay? And they're still transitioning. They're trying to figure out where these guys are going to go. Whereas you could have this nice place, this warehouse that's all set up. It's got heat. It's got air. It's fortified. I mean, it's concrete. It's the whole shot. It's ready to roll. The only thing is you'd have to build the infrastructure inside the building as far as the detainment center. You're not sitting in the middle of Alligator Alley in the middle of all these, swamp. Okay? So make your mind up or not. Now, let me ask you this, Steve. If President Trump would have had the opportunities he has now, back when he was in office before, and we hadn't had all this, things going on, impeachment. How many times was it he was impeached when he was in office before, Steve?
Yeah,
how many times did they throw that?
Twice.
Okay? If we would have got away from that mess, and just get away from that mess and just did the status quo, get things started, we could have got some of this stuff fixed years ago. Okay? And a lot of people that were involved in that situation with those impeachments back then are down here in Florida. Okay? They are not in office anymore, but they're down here in Florida now, and they're kind of retired from it. They're still advising and whatnot on it. But still, my point is, if we could have got this done years ago, we wouldn't be sitting here today crying about ICE. And that's what needs to be done. Make your mind up or else. That's the way it is. Do you ever hear that term, Steve? Do what you need to do on the pot or get off at one?
Yep, I sure have.
Okay? That's the way I feel right now. And that's what a lot of guys out here on the street feel. A lot of my friends feel this way. We're not dedicated to a party. We're just regular people out here working, doing our daily due diligence, But we wish they would grow some industrial fortitude and figure out what's going on. Because I'm sick of turning on my television and seeing it on the news every day, and all these guys that want to drum up all these protesters. You don't see none of that protesting stuff happening down here now, do you? You know why? Because we got a state law that's against it. Okay, you play that junk down here, especially. I can tell you right now, you play it in Polk County, and Grady Judd's going to haul your butt to jail. He's going to take you to Grady's house. Okay, and that's the way it is down here, and that's what needs to happen. These states like Minnesota, Illinois, California, I hate to say that, I had to bring up that C word, but you don't see that mess happening down here because of that, and that's what needs to happen. We need to grow some industrial fortitude and take care of our states. And this should have been taken care of years ago. We shouldn't be having this conversation. We shouldn't have had that lady get killed up in Minnesota. That should not have happened. Okay? If we would have taken care of our business years ago, we wouldn't have the problems we got now. And that's my feelings, and that's my rant. Mm-hmm. And thank you for taking my call. I know I'm using that from somebody else's. That's one of your other call-in guys. But I want everybody to have a safe night and have a great day, and we'll talk at you later.
All right. And I did as you were speaking, I did a quick search. Right now, really, it's just, Minneapolis is dominating the headlines. I mean, we had Los Angeles originally, right? Yeah. Is that where it kind of started? Of course, then it was Midway Blitz in Chicago. And then there's been others, and there are operations going on in a number of other places. I think this was from one of the Orlando affiliates. This past evening, it says rising ICE activity in Central Florida has led to a debate between lawmakers over immigration enforcement. Democrat Congressman Maxwell Frost emphasized the ongoing relevance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. Because of King's legacy, it's not just a chapter in a history book, it's unfinished business. He questioned the current state of safety and order, asking, do you feel safer now than you did 2 years ago? Do you feel like there's less chaos in our communities now than 2 years ago? Last week, 377 inmates were booked into the Orange County Jail with immigration holds. A big increase from 71 the previous week. Republican Representative Randy Fine expressed his stance. We're going to continue working hard to make Florida the least hospitable place in the U.S. for illegal immigrants. My advice to every illegal in Florida, go home. He added there shouldn't be rising tensions. This is a fight against foreign invaders. What we've seen in Minneapolis would never be allowed to happen in Florida. You go to jail. We stand with the United States and we stand with ICE. Senator Rick Scott shared his views. He said, we like legal immigration in Florida. What we don't want is we don't want criminals. Support our ICE agents, support their families as they work to ensure that our country is safe again. So, and then there are, several stories about the big facility he was talking about, looking to open a new detention center. But, Jeff, you've got 800 arrested in the last few weeks there. Yeah, and these are criminal illegals, right? It is 844-844-3388. All right, I saw what you spoke to the screener thing there, Eagle. I do see that, they've got a big response going on in Portland this morning. Welcome back.
I'm still trying to get some information about that. They saying that 2 cops were shot, or 2 or 3 cops were shot tonight in Portland. I don't know if these people are still protesting out there in Portland, Oregon, about what, I don't know, but that's another hot spot. Like your previous caller was saying, things operate a lot better, Steve. We already talked about this in a Republican state with these ICE agents, because they have cooperation from the mayors and the governors of these different states. And Minnesota is not cooperating, and they're only making the situation more difficult. And, like Tom Homan said, it's just a matter of time before one of these ICE agents is shot by one of these deranged individuals. Because that's all they do, Steve, is stand out in the middle of the street. This is their idea of protesting. If you look at the videos of Minnesota, they go to the ICE detention center and stand out in the middle of the road, yelling and screaming at all the cars that drive by and blowing whistles and horns and trying to delay the progress of these ICE agents to going out to get rapists and murderers off the streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And these people, but like I say, luckily the weather is keeping a lot of these guys down. It's cold as hell in Minnesota right now, so I believe that if the weather wasn't cold right now, Steve, they'd be raising all kind of hell. And Donald Trump, he probably would have already activated those 1,500 troops because, like I said, a lot of those guys decided, I know damn well I ain't going to stand outside in no minus 10 or minus 20 degree weather protesting. So a lot of those people decided to go do something else with until they warm up, I believe. But, like I said, here's the problem that a lot of people have, Steve. When you're talking about what these people are doing now, they're taking it a little bit too far. Now they're talking about people are going to we talked about this going to the hotels and blowing the horns all night long, so these ICE agents can't get no sleep. They're denying them access to the hotel. They won't rent them out no rooms. In certain Democratic cities, they're telling, and then they've even been denied service in restaurants. We talked about that last week. ICE agents tried to go into a restaurant in Minneapolis, and the owner of the restaurant told him to get out, that he wasn't going to service them just because they are a federal agent. So this is really ridiculous how these people are being treated, because they're only trying to get the bad people that are the outsiders out, and then these people don't want to cooperate. And they're putting with the mayor up there in Minnesota, this guy here continues to not cooperate with the ICE people, and he's only making it worse. And the same thing with Walz. They're already in enough heat. You would think they would want to cooperate with the ICE people, to try to make things a little bit better, the situation, because they already got enough trouble, but they don't want to do that. But I wanted to ask you something. Maybe you can look into this, but I don't know if I seen some false information that Donald Trump had said something else about Ilhan Omar today, saying that he was going to try to get her deported or something, because she continues to badmouth the U.S. and badmouth Donald Trump on these weekly, these Sunday morning talk shows. For some reason, they keep interviewing her and trying to get her opinion. And and all she does is, the same old rhetoric, from her, week in and week out. And, like I said, and like Donald Trump said, Somalia is one of the worst places in the world to live. And there's a reason why she's not there. And, they said that, her bank account, I think I heard somebody else say that, Steve. They said that she started out, I think they said, with $45 or $100 in her bank account, and now she's worth over $20 million. How did she accumulate all that money in such a short period of time in being in the U.S. of A.? And, so that's the questions that need to be asked, is how she got all this money. And for some reason they don't. And same thing with Tim Walz. And then one other thing right quick before I hang up, I told you this a couple weeks ago, Steve. Everybody in America ought to be happy right now that Tim Walz and Kamala Harris are not in the White House. We were very close to having those two individuals represent the United States of America. If that don't scare you, I don't know what will. And I thank you for taking my.
All right. Yeah. If I had to wager a guess, I saw the clip where Ilhan Omar was, probably CNN. I don't know. Somebody was interviewing her there over the weekend, Saturday or Sunday, and she made a reference to the United States, taking the Lord's name in vain, calling it the United GD States. If I had to, again, wager a guess, I'd say he's pretty much responding to that little statement. She has no respect for the country whatsoever. Now, Portland, all right, I was able to get a little bit of info from KATU. It started right about 3 hours ago. Someone shot and wounded 2 Portland police officers Monday night in the Lloyd district of Northeast Portland, prompting a large police response as they are searching for the shooter, they say. Condition of the officers not immediately known. Police, they say, have blocked off a large area as they conduct their search with the Bureau's tactical officers. Police called to the area of Northeast 17th Avenue and Clackamas Street about 8:20 p.m. Pacific time, so about 11:20 Eastern. According to Broadcastify, a service that records dispatch audio, one of the officers was shot in the leg. The other officer shot in the arm and the ear. Police had not yet confirmed that information, but they say at least 88 police units have responded to the area. According to dispatch information, that's an unprecedented number. Police have been seen dressed in tactical gear, carrying rifles. Officers told a KATU reporter to move back, telling the area was not safe. Officers also told people to stay indoors. Several ambulances were seen going to the police perimeter. Portland Mayor Keith Wilson and Police Chief Bob Day are, they tell us, at the scene. Police expected to provide more information sometime soon. So there you have it. Portland, I guess, an active scene at this hour, unless they've caught the bad guy, since this was reported about 45 minutes ago. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, basically, I'm a little bit confused as what Trump is doing with a lot of the other stuff going on. I seen something on the news today, yesterday, that we had given up all of our air bases in Iraq due to an agreement that Biden made. And it's like, how does that slip by the news? I just seen that one little clip, and I don't know if it's actually true or not, but I have to believe it is. And we're running around here worrying about these protests and everything else. And I don't understand if they're upset about ICE going out in the community and arresting people. Why aren't they on to Governor Walz for not letting the ICE just go to the jail and pick up those people? Then they wouldn't have to be out in the community. So I'm to say I'm a little bit frustrated and aggravated with the whole thing that's going on. I don't know how they're letting these people, when I say the opposition, I don't know why they're letting these people get by with just concentrating on ICE and all these raids and stuff. And I was just mentioning about trying to make noise so the ICE people couldn't get any sleep in the hotels. Well, that hotel has other guests also. They're not getting any sleep either. So I'm really just curious as to what the real target is, because I'm thinking that the real target is making sure that they can get Democrats elected and take over the Congress again. And after that, we're going to be back into that old scenario of impeachment or charges and getting a lot of sympathetic judges to make these crazy decisions. And the last time I read the Constitution, it said if a president and a state were in a conflict, that had to be heard by the Supreme Court, not the inferior district courts that are a creation of Congress. So they're down to the first go-around. They were letting magistrates, the lowest of the low of the federal judiciary, make decisions about the president of the United States. So I really don't understand. You were talking about the deal with what they're going to have some sort of remove the regime or something.
Right, that's
or whatever.
Supposed to be happening today. I hadn't heard about it till I came across it on social media, and I clicked on the link, and they got a big full-fledged website that exists, but I don't know how many people actually follow it.
Well, wasn't that what they said was an insurrection, and Trump was trying to remove Biden, a duly elected person?
Right.
I mean, where's the difference there? So, I mean, and as far as using the military and all that, well, let's just say you can't always use force, but it will give them a lot of political propaganda to use against Trump. And the other thing is, I know if the old communist and Nazi things are overused, but in this particular instance, I have to believe that whenever you have people that, like Obama, that was elected by a known terrorist, Bill Ayers.
Yeah, hold the thought there. We got to pause. News break.
At Hot Shot Secret.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
7 police officers were killed in Guatemala after gangs attacked during a prison crackdown. Authorities regained control and freed the hostages, but violence spread around Guatemala City, prompting increased military and police operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. I've seen some of the video somewhere in, was it Russia? I mean, buried, literally buried. You talk about the snowpocalypse. Said the footage coming out of this particular region is hard to believe. A series of relentless storms has unleashed what locals are calling a snow apocalypse, shattering a 146-year-old precipitation record, burying the city under several meters of snow. Snow drifts, they say, have reached the fourth floor of high-rise apartment buildings, completely submerging first-floor entrances, trapping residents inside, doorways blocked by towering mounds, many residents forced to dig tunnels to escape or exit their homes through windows. All right. The snow depths. They're doing centimeters, millimeters, all that stuff, whatever. 8 feet, basically. 8 feet of snow in many neighborhoods. Now, we've seen, some things close to that, right? In some of those big lake effect snow bands from time to time, but all right, digging out, right? All right, Vic, thanks for hanging in there. Sorry we had to take care of the news break.
No, that's okay. You're talking about snowdrifts. I think it was 1947, 48, 49, somewhere into there. We had a similar situation in the high Sierras out there, and there was a whole passenger train that was blocked out there, and you were talking about the big steam trains. Even the big steam trains that had that thing on the front to clear the tracks, they were having trouble getting through there. But like I say, it was one of those 3 years, and that's still a record here in the United States there. But no, what I was talking about, I have to wonder if everything that's going on is some sort of a communist plot, as they used to say. Because did you see where China invited Canada over to basically ally with them? And I mean, I just keep looking at all these things. I keep thinking, I hope that the intelligence community, which is rather broad, I hope they're looking at all this different stuff and trying to think some sort of a strategy to basically see if all these protests against getting illegal aliens out of this country is somehow connected to that. I mean, it's just that's just kind of my thought pattern there. But well, I was trying to think how to tie this up. But anyway, the deal with people like Tim Walz made visits to China. That Valerie Jarrett, Mao Zedong, she thinks is her hero, and she was probably running the Obama administration more than anybody else, and she's still around, and I'm sure that the Obamas are still around running something, and that poor old lady that said that Obama was going to get into his stash and pay off all of her bills, she's probably deceased by now, but I doubt if Obama dug into his stash. So anyway, I don't know if you get where I'm going or not, but there are people that took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. They never meant that oath a bit more than a man in the moon. It was more about destroying. So the first thing we have to do is look and see where all those people are now and how they went about things. And, you know, Biden surreptitiously actually flew illegal aliens into all these different cities. And if I were looking at this, my first thing would be, let's see where all those planes went, get all the flight records, and that's where I would be putting my effort if I were on ICE, and then, you know, or part of ICE. And then I would make sure I'd clean up all the easy targets to make sure they're not in any of the red districts where people are willing to cooperate with ICE. And you're never going to convince these people without the use of force at the end. But if they start digging into things and find out where people had committed different violations, I mean, just as an example, I didn't realize it was legal to carry cash in big amounts out of the United States or to carry it in. That you used to have to do a lot of answering, and the whole deal now, they said they had the right paperwork. Well, who approved that right paperwork, and where did that come from? You know, maybe it was somebody within government. So there are a whole lot of things that can be concentrated on rather than just doing all this street stuff and giving all these people a reason to go out and riot or make a big deal of it, and then try to twist the narrative to where they could say Trump is some sort of a dictator or whatever. And the other thing, too, is they talk about this protest about saving the democracy. Number one, we're a republic, but we're a democratic republic. So are they wanting to save the republic, or are they wanting to say we're a democracy to where mob rule basically rules? So that's about all I have to say, Steve.
All right, Vic, thank you so much for chiming in. Yes, then that's That's what they're talking about today with, what is it, the regime change thing? Save our democracy. All right, let's see. We were talking about the weather pattern change. Right now through midweek, we'll see several shots of cold Arctic air, rounds of snow, continuing to impact portions of the Midwest, Great Lakes, the Northeast. Frigid, gusty winds blowing across the lakes, bringing more rounds of lake effect snow. Visibility sharply reduced in those heavy bands of snow. That was what was the contributing factor to that 100 vehicle pileup in Michigan this past day. Intense lake effect snow bands. But this cold pattern looks like we're going to be stuck in the freezer for the long haul. The cold conditions that have set across the Midwest and the Northeast, it's here to stay for the foreseeable future, according to AccuWeather. Cold air will still be in place this weekend, 24th through the 25th. There are signs we could see a big storm in that period that will usher in snow across the eastern U.S. as the cold lingers and even strengthens as the week progresses. The threat of frostbite, hypothermia will grow for anyone spending time outdoors. The sustained Arctic chill will also release increased heating and energy demand across roughly a third of the country. Now, Friday and into the weekend, a far-reaching storm is expected to gradually swing out of the Rocky Mountains into the plains before barreling across the eastern U.S. Given the cold air that's going to be in place across that region, wintry impacts are going to be across a large swath of the storm track. There's where the question lies. Exactly where this storm sets up and tracks will determine where the snow versus ice will be. Residents from Colorado and Wyoming through the mid-Atlantic and New England, stay alert for forecast updates, especially with the threat of ice becoming a possibility. But the ingredients are coming into place for a long-duration storm that brings a substantial amount of snow, sleet, and freezing rain from Texas and southern portions of the plains to the lower and mid parts of the Mississippi Valley late this week and then the east over the weekend. Now, there is the potential for snow and ice to reach deep into the heart of Texas. I mean, we're talking along the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors, further to the east in the central states, and then further north along the I-81 and 95 corridors in the east. Given the magnitude of the cold that follows the storm, many areas in the southern states could struggle with an icy grip of winter, damaged infrastructure, major travel difficulties, the scope of which will be revealed in the coming days as more details of the storm unfold, as a notable dip in the jet stream becomes more enhanced over the coming weeks. It's going to keep reinforcing cold air filtering southward from Canada. Perhaps the most substantial expanse of cold air for the entire winter is going to develop late this week and this weekend surrounding that storm. Now, even into February, the AccuWeather long-range forecasters are concerned that this temperature trend is going to remain below typical for this time of year for a large chunk of the country. Our long-range forecast, February, below average temperatures across much of the eastern two-thirds of the country. The biggest departures from normal will be in the Midwest. Now, areas west of the Rockies, I guess you're lucky, above average temperatures in store. The greatest departure from normal is going to be there in the southwestern portions of the USA. All right, is it going to be the big one this weekend? Well, are we actually working tonight? Did you enjoy an additional night off? Actually had a weekend?
Yeah, actually kind of had a weekend. Didn't have to do all the work of cleaning up snow. I mean, we had 2 inches of snow to clean up Saturday night, and then Sunday we had 2 inches, and that was kind of wet, sloppy, slushy snow. That wasn't even fun snow to clean up. And then we had a whole nother dusting there Monday morning. So got that cleaned up, and of course we had temperatures up into the mid-30s, and with that going on, a little bit of sunshine, the blacktop driveway was pretty much clean and dry by the afternoon. So get all that cleaned up so we don't have an ice issue around the house there. So we did good with that. I don't know, somewhere around 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, I decided it was about time to go see what the work truck looked like, and it wasn't in too bad a shape. And so we got it up the road, and we've actually got 5. Got three loads delivered for my yesterday's work. That's all completed now here by, 1:30 this morning. I guess I had yesterday's work completed, and it's actually working out that I'm going to go get the first load for today and go load it up and take it back to the parking spot and have it hang out for a while, and then we'll go on and get a rest and then continue on later. But anyway, so we're doing pretty good. There's since we started with your show there, temperatures were about 29, 30 degrees, and we're down to 16 now here, Lancaster County, just a little bit east of Lancaster, and so we're getting chilly, but the wind is a blowing out there. Got clear skies, and the wind is just a howling out there. So is the real feel. I don't know where it is, but it ain't feeling much there. Feeling kind of numb is what the real feel's starting to feel like. Is pretty numb.
Right.
Yeah. So don't let things hang out too long there when you're hanging out doing something. Speaking of that, did we miss? I believe it was yesterday. Was Dolly Parton's 80th birthday?
I believe I did see something along that lines. 80, yes. How about that?
So a couple points to ponder there. Happy birthday to Dolly there anyway. But I guess Dolly's birthday will last as long as people are wishing it for her there. So that's a good thing. Did you see Kenny Schrader? Kenny Schrader was racing and got a victory at 70 years old, Your Honor. So out there in one of the late model cars, they were running late models
was
there.
Was he out at they had the Wild West shootout, I think. Is that where he was?
I believe so. So, wherever it was when he won there, they handed him a pair of 6-shooters, and so when he was standing up in the windowsill, he was firing off the 6-shooters there in the air.
That's the Wild West shootout, sure enough. Yep.
So 70 years old, Kenny Schrader comes home with a victory.
How about that?
Don't rule out the old guys that know how to get around the dirt. Anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot. I got, you're talking about the Northern Lights. Apparently they were visible last night. I had a buddy of mine that does a lot of photography there for the fire service and towing service, recovery service. He comes to the Make-A-Wish and does a lot of photography there of all the trucks, goes to a lot of truck shows and a lot of everything. And pretty much, if something's going on somewhere, somehow, and it doesn't matter, pretty much anything's going on, Dustin is there. I have no idea. I don't know if he's cloned himself like 10 times, and he's just everywhere. And so anyways, he got a bunch of pictures there of the Northern Lights last night and was making a comment of the temperature and how he was freezing his rear end off out there doing it. Of course, I posted that I appreciated it very much of his hard work because I was sitting home by the nice warm pellet stove. But anyways, but I guess the Northern Lights were around last night. Probably if anybody gets a chance there to get out where there's a low ambient light there, not much light pollution, it looks like around this area it'd probably be a pretty good night to do it. Don't appear to have any moon, but some stars out there, so it might be pretty good. And as you say, you do it with your camera. Can't really see it with your naked eye, but you put your camera out there, and all of a sudden everything appears on the phone. It's kind of interesting there. We did that last year when we had the whole big thing going on. So, anyways, other than that, I don't know. There was a couple other little things. We sent you a few things there for show prep again, so hopefully you're able to use some of that. Other than that, we're just pulling into the next loading facility to start today's work, I guess. So I guess with that, we'll cut you loose there and see what you can do to go out there and do your due diligence, Your Honor.
We'll see what we can dig up. All right, one of the tidbits he did send me was the headline, Ken Schrader, a win in the dirt. And yeah, it was one of the races at the Wild West Shootout in Arizona over the week. At the age of 70, no slowing, the legendary Ken Schrader competed in the X-Modified division during the Wild West Shootout. Schrader turned in a sizzling performance to claim victory Saturday night. Starting 7th in the grid, Kenny races his way to the front in the 25-lap event, claiming the latest victory of a career which has spanned more than 50 years. This was one of the lower divisions, I guess. $1,000 was the prize for winning that 25-lap feature for beating the 19th starter, Jake Smith, to the checkered flag. So there you go, $1,000. I think the main event at the shootout there was like a $25,000 to win. Yeah, late model event.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Traditionalists may not love alcohol-burning tractors, but fans love watching them. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. These high-tech machines are either 6 or 8-cylinder pulling machines. Some cackle, some are silent, all are great to watch. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors had the longest season of any of the Grand National classes with 19 hooks. This battle was long, and with only one rainout, all 18 hooks mattered. Brandon Simon, RJ Simon, and Brett Meyer shared the driving duties on the John Deere 8530 called Loud and Heavy. But it didn't matter who was in the seat. The title was on the horizon from the opening hook of the year. The opening weekend in Hutchinson, Brandon Simon was in the seat and won both nights, setting up the title run. After a stop in Farley, Iowa, the next points pull was the Budweiser Dairyland Super National with Brett Meyer in the seat. Starting his portion of the season with a 7th on night 1 in Toma, he got comfortable with the tractor and posted a 3:49 on night 2, good enough for 2nd. Brett stayed in the seat for the next 5 pulls. Chapel Hill, where he went 3:35, which is only good enough for 9th. Then Brandenburg, Kentucky, where Loudon Heavy took 4th both nights. The trip to Rockwell was good for Brett, picking up a 3rd and a 4th, even with a pull of 374. RJ Simon was in the seat for Napoleon, Ohio, collecting a 6th before heading to Bowling Green with Brett Meyer back in the seat. The first hook was a little less than the team hoped for, only going 327. Yeah, only 327, but it was only good enough for 15th on the first night in Pole Town. The second hook of 328 was much better in the standings, earning a 3rd. With both Brandon and Brent driving in Canton, it was a 3rd on night 1 and a 10th on night 2 before going into the last 3 hooks of the season. Brandon drove the final hooks with a 7th on night 1 in Sandwich and a 12th on night 2. The season wrapped up at the Enderley pull-off with a 5th for Loudon Heavy, which secured the 14-point advantage, good enough for the 2025 title. The same trio drove Loudon Heavy X to the runner-up position, the only class in the NTPA to have a trailer mate as the runner-up. That just proves how dominant this team was in 2025. In 3rd was the duo of James Ray and Mike Connie with the John Deere 8410 they call Mac Nasty, with the trailer mate Mac Daddy piloted by James and Julia Ray in 4th. Holding 5th, a 2022 John Deere 8R340 with Sam, Denny, and Elijah Brown called Green with Envy. In 6th was Esden Lemke and his 2023 John Deere 4010 called New Generation Plus.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests sparked by the fatal shooting of Renee Good. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is defending President Trump's plan to impose tariffs on Denmark and European allies who do not support the U.S. taking Greenland.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Bessent argued that tariffs are a matter of national security importance.
It is a strategic decision by the president. This is a geopolitical decision, and he is able to use the economic might of the U.S. to avoid a hot war.
His comrades come as the European Union was set to hold an emergency meeting to discuss President Trump's Greenland tariffs. On Sunday, EU leaders warned in a joint statement that the tariffs undermine transatlantic relations, adding, "We will continue to stand united in response." I'm Mark Mayfield.
Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
There's a new breast cancer DNA test that scientists say predicts which treatment will work best.
It was developed at the Institute for Cancer Research in London, and it involves a simple blood test and liquid biopsy. Researchers are telling the British newspaper The Guardian it has the potential to be game-changing for the more than 2 million women worldwide diagnosed with breast cancer each year. If it's used early on to direct women to the right combination of chemotherapy and immunotherapy, scientists think it would boost survival rates. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
We have to follow the law, and there are strict rules when it comes to FERPA, and that will not change.
From Florida, the Sarasota County School District is expected to consider a resolution tomorrow affirming full cooperation with law enforcement, including ICE. District spokesman Craig Maniglia spoke with WFLA.
We also do not release any kind of student records to anybody, so everybody in our school, we respect all the privacy.
District officials say student files remain protected, though critics question whether such a resolution is necessary given constitutional due process guarantees. At least 8 skiers were killed in 3 separate avalanches in the Austrian Alps over the weekend. The deadly snowslides hit areas near Salzburg and central Austria, despite clear warnings about high avalanche danger, underscoring hazardous winter conditions. A smaller version of the Las Vegas Sphere is going to be built in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Sphere Entertainment Company has announced a collaboration with the county, the state of Maryland, and Peterson Companies to build a Sphere at National Harbor. It'll have about 16,000 seats as well as cutting-edge technology such as a 16K display and Sphere immersive sound. The effort will be supported by about $200 million in state, local, and private incentives. No timeline has been established since construction is contingent on several pending agreements and approvals. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector
Injector Cup Kit with a threaded torque lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Yet? Are we back? Back? All right, computer had a brain freeze. It's like, I don't want to do anything. I think it's too cold. But welcome back. Another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Appreciate you hanging in there. All right, a couple of industry headlines as we kick off another hour. Starting in the state of Maine, where state police released results from a recent commercial vehicle inspection and enforcement effort in partnership with the FMCSA. Maine State Police participated in a 3-day commercial vehicle inspection effort, part of the FMCSA's Operation Safe Drive. That's Distracted, Reckless, Impaired Visibility Enforcement Campaign. Last week, the 13th through the 15th, during the 3-day operation, the State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit, Troop K, inspected some 390 commercial vehicles, 80 of which ended up being placed out of service for imminent safety risk to the public. Throughout the event, they say smart roadside technologies were used to screen large volumes of trucks so troopers and inspectors could focus on the vehicles with defects and violations. Those technologies, they say, included tire anomaly sensors, thermal imaging for brakes, license plate readers for company credentials and safety scores. The most dangerous truck inspected was initially flagged by the tire anomaly sensors. Troopers conducted an inspection on that particular truck and found 37 violations, including bald tires and missing brakes. I'm thinking that must have been a pretty hefty fine. 37 violations. This technology allows our limited staff to screen nearly 600,000 trucks every year, helping to detect and inspect the unsafe operators. Operation Safe Drive, an enforcement campaign that targets dangerous driving behaviors in an effort to reduce crashes involving commercial vehicles. 37 violations. I guess everything was screwed up on that truck, right? Meanwhile, see if the phones are back in operation. What's going on, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, start off your story you just led in with. 37? What, court costs now 75 to 100? Hell, we're looking at $4,000 just before we even get starting to talk about what the initial citation is.
Wow.
Just get him a damn good lawyer and, can we speak English? Was that notated anywhere? Now, Steve, you were talking about your, you kind of woke me up here a little while ago on 20th of this month.
Right.
Are you telling me the Democrats don't like cheaper gas? So they want to impeach Donald Trump and get rid of J.D. Vance. It ain't going to work that way. I hate to tell them. It's not going to work that way because you have got Nancy Pelosi in there. You've got Mike Johnson versus last time they had Nancy's. She couldn't be able to ride the seat over. But that's not working the way they're not thinking. But
I mean, that what's that? The dumbass from Al Green, is that his name?
Al Green, but the worst one of them all is Minority Leader that had King Jeffries. He is about dumbass, but no, Al Green is
he's the one that here just a couple weeks ago actually introduced articles of impeachment and forced a vote on it. And he got a handful of people that went with him, but most of the Democrats, at least in that case, had sense enough to know that you're barking up the wrong tree. There's nothing there. There's no there. So they just had a vote on impeachment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Al Green needs to sit down and shut his damn pie hole and worry about blueberry pie or whatever the hell he eats, because is he not that one guy escorted for thumping that damn cane?
Yes. Out of the joint congressional, yep.
I mean, good grief, Steve. It's just amazing how these dumbass liberal socialists, whatever you want to call them, is getting dumber and dumber by the day and more wanting to take it over. And I ain't going to budge. I don't think anybody in this radio audience is going to budge. But, you had a caller here a while ago. Really could just I kind of wondered, how do we drive? See, when I first started out here, we were hauling meat out of Colorado, apples out of Washington, potatoes out of Maine. We never did see Texas that much. And no, I want to be damned honest with you. I wish to hell we had older drivers like Mr. Smith and the other to tell some of these drivers, we didn't park, we couldn't park. And the reason why I said it, because somebody was talking, one went in a ditch, he was going to park. Well, I ain't trying to pick on anybody, Steve. I'm being honest. We were in the lane with the snow on it. That was the only place we could get any traction.
Mm-hmm.
And the clean lane had everybody stymied down to 10, 15 mile an hour where the damn hazards are flashing. And that's the reason why we all get told we were hot, big Billy Big Riggers. But we were able to go somewhere at least. But I don't know. But by the way, you might want to look at my Missouri net for me, for yourself, since everything comes out of Missouri and eyeball you right to the teeth, since we're all in line. The Missouri nets don't look good. I think we got, next week, or during this week, we got some ice, and it's headed your way too. And if I remember right, we got another one. Steve, what happened in my Indian summer that we all wanted to talk about earlier? At Christmas time when we were still 50 degrees.
We had our January thaw. I'd rather go back to my 60 degrees we had a couple weeks ago. I knew it was too good to be true. Definitely too good to last. And if they're telling me this weekend is going to be colder than the Arctic outbreak we had back in December before that January thaw, this is going to be even colder. Where is my electric bill going to be next month? Well, we shared last evening that the president is aware that all these data centers and AI development is sucking up an incredible amount of electricity. And that is now kind of weighing on some of the energy companies. Constellation Energy was looking a little low energy Friday, trading down nearly 10%. That is after President Trump and other lawmakers announced a plan to cap energy prices in the Mid-Atlantic region where Constellation operates. That means they may not be able to jack up their prices even as energy demand rises for all those big AI data centers. Meanwhile, what do we see? Oil for electric vehicles. Canada made a slick trade importing Chinese EVs in exchange for reducing tariffs on canola. The tariff on electric vehicles will drop to 6.1% compared to 100% under the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Prime Minister Carney says Canada wants a realistic, respectful, and interest-based relationship with China. So, yeah, things, not boding so well with trade here with the United States. Looks like he's opting to go with the CCP. All right, meanwhile, the current Fed chair, the current Jerome Powell, on his way out, but his replacement hasn't been announced yet. Kevin Hassett was once said to be the favorite to replace him, but President Trump said last week he wants Kevin to stay at his current role. He's the head of the National Economic Forum, and now Kevin Warsh is being signaled as the favorite likely to replace Powell, according to Polymarket. All right, what else in the mix? Our market update here on an early Tuesday. The United States seized more than $6 million in Bitcoin from the creators of Samurai Wallet, a privacy tool that supposedly washed crypto money. The Department of Justice said that tool was allowing criminals to launder crypto. Originally, it looked like the Department of Justice was going to sell the Bitcoin, but now the government says, the Bitcoin will be put in the U.S.'s crypto reserve stash. Didn't realize we had a stash of crypto. And let's see, rental prices used to rise and fall in a predictable pattern. Higher in the spring, in the summer, dropping in the fall. That gave landlords kind of the upper hand. Since 2022, that pattern has changed because renters apparently are moving all year now. Apartment supply has been increasing and work has gotten more flexible. So this has given renters actually a bit more bargaining power when it comes to prices. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Well, hello to the Rainmaker. Checking in via email from a sunny 88 degrees in Thailand. Yeah, must be nice there, Rainmaker. I'll trade you 88 for an 8, because that's what we've got, just an 8. But he says, what's happening in America is really concerning me. You know, the likes of Minneapolis, Chicago, Portland, looking like insurrection. And I see the Democrats trying to prevent the deportations. Yeah, because if they lose those illegals from being able to vote, they're not going to be able to get their power back. And then, of course, with more and more being removed from the country, keep in mind, the census comes into play. When you've got all these illegals that get counted in the census, living in some of those cities, that gives the Democrats in those cities more power. He said, I watched the YouTube broadcast of ABC Nightly News. Not one mention about the church being interrupted by ICE protesters over the weekend. No mention whatsoever about the billions of dollars stolen via fraud. You know, all these liberal outlets are doing is throwing more gasoline on the protest fires and suppressing the truth. I think the military needs to be brought in. These politicians violating the laws need to be arrested. All right, thank you very much. Rainmaker, good to hear from you this morning. What's it showing on the cruiser dash cam at this hour, Pappy?
Steve, I got 10 degrees.
10, okay.
It went up a notch, but the wind started picking up a little bit. Steve, Canada, we now have a country to the north of us that is socialist, if not turning communist. They're in bed with China now. The things I'm hearing that is coming out of Canada would boggle the mind, Steve, as far as free speech and whatnot, right? Locking people up for thought crimes and all this kind of stuff. Coming to a city near us. Hey, man, I just sent you a text. You see silver's up to $95 an ounce.
Yeah, so is that like the current 95?
I just did it while I was on hold here. Just went to the app and pulled it up.
Man, oh, man.
Man, I don't know, Steve. How much? They were saying it was going to go over 100. I got about, I know I got at least 200 ounces, probably around 220. I could cash that in at $100 an ounce. Let's see, I got about 6,000 invested. Cash it in for 20,000. That's a $12,000 profit.
Pretty sizable return, yes.
Yeah, $14,000 profit. Yeah, man, triple your money. Steve, man, old Don Lamb, not a word of it, right? Not a word of them just crashing the party at the church. When I talked about that last night, Steve, I didn't even know Don Lemon was in the church.
Yes, he was. Sure enough.
He walked right in there with him.
And he tried to, he's trying to do his journalistic thing, and he's trying to speak to the pastor. What do you think about what's going on here? The pastor's like, this is completely unacceptable.
It's a violation, Steve. I guess I posted something that, what's that local politician here? Blackwell posted something on Facebook. Something about the KKK Act.
Correct.
It was enacted
yes.
back in the 60s.
Yep.
About barging in churches like this. It's a religious facility. It's a no-go.
Yep.
So, Stevens, I'll try to get through this before the break. When we see all these daggone protesters out here, most of these are 20-year-olds, early 30s. The point I'm making here, they only realized, really kind of grew up with two presidents, right? That's Biden and Trump. Orange man bad. So everything really, really started going south in Trump's first administration. So they have no idea. When you talked about Obama, Biden, Schumer, all these other politicians 20 years ago talking about immigration, CNN rode with ICE back when Obama was in office, and we're talking about how a great job they were doing. We got to get these illegals out of here. Somebody posted that segment, and so they just have no idea. These kids out here, these people, have no idea, Steve, that they're being brainwashed, being lied to. Saw a video where somebody actually on their cell phone showed one of these leftists a video of Obama talking about deportation, and they're, even though they haven't committed a crime, if they came in, they're still criminals. Guy said, I don't believe that. That's AI. That's AI generated.
Wow. Okay.
Goes back to that Russian defector that said you can tell once they're gone, Steve, once they're this far gone, right? Orange man bad. You can give them the truth, right? And they won't believe it until their head's actually on the chopping block, right? They will not believe it that, hey, in the end, when they really get power, guess what? They're going to come after you too, right? All these people protesting, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. Wouldn't believe it until their head's in the gallows, and then they'll finally say, oh, maybe they were right. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. I appreciate it. Probably talk at you tomorrow.
All right, Pappy. Stay warm out there. How do you do that? Hey, we got a DA of the Week nominee in the trucking community. The Sedgwick County Sheriff's Officer says a truck driver facing criminal charges after allegedly starting a prairie fire by dragging his landing gear along the interstate in Colorado. This was back on Saturday. The county sheriffs reported a wildland fire that ignited in Sedgwick County, contained with the help from multiple agencies, fire departments, communication centers, medical services, contained inside the boundaries of I-76, Highway 59, and County Road 18. No structures were lost and no injuries, but I guess following containment, they received a tip along with video showing the semi traveling eastbound on 76 dragging the lowered landing gear, producing the sparks that ignited the fire.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pentagon has ordered around 1,500 active duty troops to be ready for possible deployment to Minnesota amid intensifying anti-ICE protests. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, but recently said he does not see a need to use it right now, and no deployment decision has yet been made. Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
7 police officers were killed in Guatemala after gangs attacked during a prison crackdown. Authorities regained control and freed the hostages, but violence spread around Guatemala City, prompting increased military and police operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why Medi-Share is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And Medi-Share is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and Medi-Share is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
That's the way I go. And that's why we're here. Okay. Thank you. All right. What I'd like to do... No, don't worry about it, guys. Okay, let me finish. Let me. How about these guys don't need to go. Let me finish. I respect the passion of these young people because they feel deeply about the concerns for their families. Now, what you need to know when I'm speaking as President of the United States and I come to this community is that if, in fact, I could solve all these problems without passing laws in Congress, then I would do so. But we're also a nation of laws. That's part of our tradition. And so the easy way out is to try to yell and pretend like I can do something by violating our laws. And what I'm proposing is the harder path, which is to use our democratic processes to achieve the same goal that you want to achieve. But it won't be as easy as just shouting. It requires us lobbying and getting it done. So for those of you who are committed to getting this done, I am going to march with you and fight with you every step of the way to make sure that we are welcoming every striving, hard-working immigrant who sees America the same way we do. As a country where no matter who you are or what you look like or where you come from, you can make it if you try.
There you go.
And if you're serious about making that happen, then I'm ready to work with you. But
so when Barack Obama, you recognize that voice? Yes, he was. And that's not artificial intelligence. Yeah, that is the real deal that still exists on Instagram. It's okay for Barack Obama to say, yeah, the law says if you come into the country illegally, you get deported. Same thing Bill Clinton said. It's all right for any of these individuals to say it, but when Donald Trump says it, it's what? Fascism? It's fascist? It's Islamophobia? It's racism? It's because of the color of their... Anything and everything, it's bad. It's the same law, that law that was in place that Barack Obama came right out and said, I can't break that law. It's the same law that exists today. It has not changed. The laws have not changed. Yeah, they've tried on a number of times to pass what are they? Comprehensive immigration reform. And it's failed time and time again because the left continues to try to insert in the language of that everybody that's here illegally instantly becomes a citizen and suddenly is indeed guaranteed a right to vote. That's their goal. All right, come on, people, wake up. 844-844-3388. Well, let's see what Knucklebuster has going on. I did not leave the barn door open. I don't deserve the switch. It's somebody else.
I know that's right. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, it's 23 degrees here at the house. That's cool enough for me to want to go to South Florida. So I don't know what's the temperature down there in the bottom of Florida down there in the 40s. I don't know. I ain't even looked.
It's chilly. It's chilly all the way down to Miami.
Wow, that's bad enough.
It ain't freezing, but it's chilly.
Yeah. I don't like this cold weather, but that's all right. I'm going to stay in the house anyway. I'm not going to get out and play truck driver no more. So I want to congratulate Indiana on their 2025 national championship win there. What did they go, 16-0?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, what a deal. Boy, that'll be hard for Nick Saban to get back in and try to beat that. Well, I read old Dolly Parton turned 80 yesterday, Steve. Well, she's got enough money to keep them perky, but at 80, she's not going to be out in a bikini or in this weather here, so I don't blame her. I'd stay in the house, too, there. I heard she's having some health problems, so I don't know. It's we all got that coming. Steve, you got $128,000 laying around?
I can't say that I do.
Well, they got a new Chevy Mustang GP 350 convertible that'll blow your hair back with 810 horsepower and $128,000 sticker shop. So that's I don't even have that much money laying around. Well, let's get that simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. You can call Steve at 844-844-3388. Say, Steve, you know, I read on the Babylon Bee that Don Lemon immediately burst into flames upon entering that church up there. So,
he should have.
I know that's right. Well, you ready for some totally useless information?
Certainly.
You know, duct tape, WD-40, and zip ties make up the do-it-yourself trifecta. And if you need to fix something quickly and don't have the proper tools and materials, zip ties, also called cable ties, are your friends. Even NASA's Perseverance Mars rover uses them. And because this is America where everything is bigger and always better, one company has made the largest zip tie possible. You can have these on big jobs too, Steve. It's the world's largest zip tie. It's 4 feet long and costs $75, Steve. Just for one zip tie.
That's
that's a chunk of change too. There.
That's a mighty expensive zip tie.
Yeah. What can a rooster do that a man cannot do, Steve?
Cock-a-doodle-doo?
I pick up corn with his pecker, and that's all of my baloney for this morning, Steve.
There you go. Yeah, have a good morning there, Knuckle Buster. We haven't touched yet this week on the ongoing debate in regards to Greenland. This whole rift between the U.S. and Europe, which is actually deepening. European countries are now talking about maybe retaliatory tariffs and broader economic countermeasures against the U.S. President over the weekend suggested tariffs for all these countries trying to prevent us from purchasing Greenland. Diplomats held an emergency meeting Sunday in Brussels to discuss the response to President Trump's threat to escalate tariffs unless we can reach a deal to purchase Greenland. France is pressing the European Union to invoke its strongest economic countermeasure against the U.S., known as the anti-coercion instrument, according to CNBC this past day. As I mentioned, President announced Saturday that we're going to impose 10% tariffs on goods from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, Britain, the Netherlands, and Finland starting February 1. Those 10% tariffs will rise to 25% on June the 1st, unless some sort of a purchase agreement can be reached for Greenland, the semi-autonomous territory of Denmark. The anti-coercion instrument, they say, would let the European Union retaliate by restricting U.S. companies' access to European Union markets, including barring them from bidding on government contracts, along with imposing trade restrictions and potential limits to U.S. investment. The Financial Times reported the European Union is considering imposing $108 billion in tariffs on the U.S. through the anti-coercion instrument. Now, these whole tariff deals are going from bad to worse. Now, Reuters reported the European Parliament is likely to suspend its work on the U.S.-European Union trade deal that was struck back in July. The Parliament was set to vote here in a matter of days, the 26th or the 27th, on removing many European Union import duties on U.S. goods. That could be delayed now, obviously. France's French finance minister said Monday the EU has to be prepared to use the anti-coercion measure. Germany is among the countries that have hesitated to invoke it. The key question, whether the European Union will try to keep the confrontation confined to such a more classic trade war, or whether calls for a harsher line will prevail. National security advisors from several countries were expected to meet this past day on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos. Greenland is among the topics on the agenda. President Trump is, a matter of fact, set to meet with global business leaders in Davos on Wednesday, when he's expected to deliver a special address Several other top U.S. officials, including the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, are expected to accompany the president there to Davos. But just a quick history lesson for all those you say, well, all of a sudden, Trump wants Greenland. Yeah, for those, and I shared this a bit earlier, mocking the idea of us buying Greenland. Go back and learn your history. All the way back in 1867, Andrew Johnson at the time explored buying Greenland and Iceland right after we purchased Alaska. You realize that? We actually purchased Alaska? During World War II, FDR, the U.S. took over Greenland's defense. At the time, Denmark was actually occupied. We moved to 1946. Truman offered $100 million in gold to purchase Greenland at the time. Now, $100 million in 1946, what would that translate to today? Then you go to the Cold War era. Eisenhower and Kennedy had nonstop negotiations for bases, radar, missiles. The post-Cold War era, Bill Clinton, George W., Barack Obama, all expanded Arctic security and missile defense. In 2019, President Trump said publicly what all those presidents have been discussing privately for the last 150-plus years. It's not like all of a sudden Trump wants Greenland. We've been defending it. We've been negotiating it. We've been embedded there since the 1800s. Greenland equals Arctic power, shipping lanes, missiles, and minerals. Donald Trump did not invent that. He just said the quiet part out loud. America first.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Shorty shared a couple stories with me this morning. One out of the state of Georgia, where an illegal alien is accused of selling counterfeit pills laced with fentanyl at a farmer's market in Forest Park, Georgia, according to federal prosecutors late last week. Illegal alien Luis Sanchez Acevedo of Mexico appeared in federal court after having been charged with distributing fentanyl at a farmer's market produce stand. Arrested on January 16th, actually at the produce stand. According to prosecutors, Sanchez Acevedo sold counterfeit M30 pills laced with fentanyl in September and October. At his produce stand there at the farmer's market, prosecutors says he sold some 3,000 fentanyl pills during that time frame. Sanchez Acevedo allegedly distributed deadly tranq pills containing fentanyl and xylazine at the farmer's market where he sold fruits and vegetables. According to U.S. Attorney Theodore Hertzberg, in a statement, our community is now a safer place that this illegal and his lethal pills are off the streets. During his arrest, though, and this was, again, just 4 days ago, federal agents said they found about 1,000 fentanyl pills at his produce stand there. Killing Americans, right? The whole tranq thing, that's the actual zombies that you see the videos, especially out of the streets of Kensington. They're in Philadelphia. Yeah, fentanyl and xylazine. Xylazine, that's I think the animal tranquilizer that just puts you out. All righty, another illegal off the streets. Morning, Scrapyard.
Morning. On Greenland, what are the necessary advantages of wanting Greenland? When you're taking a flight to, say, Northern Europe, like Great Britain and Germany and all that, you have to pass right over Greenland instead of, say, taking a direct flight from Florida or somewhere. That's a lot of water to have to cross in one jet with only one tank of gas. So a lot of these smaller aircraft, they'll take flights over to Greenland, stop off there, and take on extra gas and whatever else they may need, and get a final check before having to cross the northern Atlantic. And that's another main reason. Because, a lot of people get screwed up by looking at the Mercator map, which lays it out flat on a page. And if you were to take a straight line on the map, on that type of map, it's going to end up a great big arc. Because we don't live on a flat plane, a two-dimensional plane. We live on a three-dimensional sphere. And so the actual direct route to get over is over Greenland. And makes the jump across the northern Atlantic with a lot less water to cross, and more of a huge land mass to be able to touch a plane down. And we've been there for a long time. And one thing to look at, that maybe just because there's only 57,000 residents living there, and over the years, all these other NATO countries have been having basically skeleton crews at their bases there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Trump's actually trying to force them into putting more troops there by lighting a fire under them and getting them scared to defend Greenland if it comes down to potential invasion.
So I guess
that's something to put in the back of your mind that may also be the case, even though the United States has wanted Greenland for a long, long time and has pushed and petitioned and begged and pleaded and all that, wanted to become part of our territory. But it may just be an effort to get these NATO countries off their hind end and start sending people over there to bolster the amount of troops that are there. Because with only 57,000 residents, God knows how many military personnel there, it would be pretty much a cakewalk to go over there and go over there, in an out-of-the-way place and make landfall and just start taking over.
And I guess for the same strategic reasons, Russia and China, both would probably love to have the Greenland, right?
Correct. I mean, it's like, look, during World War II on the Aleutian Islands, we had to go in there and clear the Japanese out on the Aleutian Islands. And that was our land, our territory all across there, and they were setting up bases and killed the native Inuit peoples that were living on said islands, using them for slave labor and even worse. But
well, I know they've been talking about this artificial intelligence race, which we're competing with China. And to this date, we're still we are relying on China for many of those rare earths, the minerals and things that we need. That would be another big strategic advantage because apparently, I guess, there's lots of that stuff right there on Greenland that we would be able to lessen our dependence on the Communist Chinese Party. It all kind of comes full circle. A number of reasons it is strategically important.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They don't want to be told how we feel and how we should be living. We're law-abiding, we work hard, we love our family.
Trump won his second term with strong support from Latino voters, and GOP backers in Texas are working to maintain that edge through this year's midterms.
Hispanics are not at all souring on President Trump. They're even more committed to him.
Maria Espinoza of the Remembrance Project says Hispanic communities are concerned about the costs and crime tied to illegal immigration. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says a federal judge's order restricting the actions of immigration agents in Minnesota is a little ridiculous.
Noem made the comment on CBS Face the Nation.
That judge's order didn't change anything for how we're operating on the ground because it's basically telling us to do what we've already been doing.
In a Friday ruling, the judge barred federal agents from retaliating against peaceful protesters or using pepper spray or similar non-lethal munitions. The order also bars agents from stopping vehicles that are following them as long as they're maintaining a safe distance. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump is threatening to sue J.P. Morgan Chase over a decision to close his account following the January 6th Capitol riot.
Trump took to Truth Social to say a Wall Street Journal article claiming he offered Chase CEO Jamie Dimon the Fed chairman title is totally untrue, and that he will be suing J.P. Morgan over the next 2 weeks for incorrectly and inappropriately debanking him. A spokesman for the company told The Hill that the claims are false and that they do not close accounts over politics. I'm Rob Martier.
U.S. Navy and other forces are moving towards the Middle East amid tensions with Iran as Washington weighs how to respond to unrest and protests there. The buildup comes as people in the region watch for potential U.S. policy decisions and reports of violence inside Iran.
I know all the Iranian people too, outside Iran, inside Iran, they want their freedom.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
I, Abigail Davis Spanberger, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
Virginia's first female governor, Abigail Spanberger, broke with tradition as she was sworn in on Saturday.
Spanberger wore white, the color of women's suffrage, instead of a mourning coat. Virginia governors wear mourning coats traditionally, with women wearing dark suits, but Spanberger told news outlets she would not be in traditional garb and instead said she felt a sense of gratitude for the women's suffrage movement, which helped American women get the right to vote. Spanberger's outfit included a long white coat with gold buttons and white gloves. She was joined by Ghazala Hashmi, the first Muslim woman elected to statewide office, and Jay Jones, Virginia's first black attorney general. I'm Rosia Rivera.
At least 21 people are dead and about 100 others injured after two high-speed trains collided in southern Spain. That happened on Sunday. One train derailed and struck another on an adjacent track, killing passengers and prompting emergency crews to suspend rail service while authorities investigated the cause. Gasworks Park in Seattle may be getting modifications to keep people from climbing on it. 3 people have died so far in falls.
The area is surrounded by fencing and signs telling people not to climb it. The Seattle Landmarks Preservation Board will meet this week to review a plan by Seattle Parks and Rec to remove ladders, stairs, and platforms. Critics say it'll significantly change the look of the former gasification plant on the bank of Lake Union. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get that final hour underway on a Tuesday morning. I trust your week's off to a good start here, 20th day of January. Yeah, more on Greenland. I think most everybody's kind of walked back the premise of forcefully taking Greenland militarily. That kind of, presidents alluded to it. Secretary of State Rubio walking that back in the days after, and several others. It was discussed over the weekend on CBS News Face the Nation. Representative Mike Turner, the Republican of Ohio, acknowledged, there's a national security issue with respect to Greenland. But then we've got issues of checks and balances, and there's limits on the president's authority to act without a congressional approval. The president is not wrong. There's a national security issue. He's a member of what they call the Gang of Eight, chair of the House Intelligence Committee. There's a national security issue in the Arctic itself. With respect to Greenland, but there's certainly no authority the president has to use military force to seize territory from a NATO country. This is problematic that he's made that statement and caused tension, among the alliance here. As we know, the president argues NATO needs us for defense. The U.S. needs Greenland to support NATO, particularly with Russia and Chinese assets encircling the Arctic regions. Now, he said, even if he's found to have tariff authority, I don't believe he has the ability to impose tariffs for the purpose of compelling other nations to sell the U.S. land for the purposes of us expanding. Obviously, the Supreme Court yet to rule on the president's authority to impose tariffs to rebalance global trade and leverage our interest toward peace and ending wars, but he can continue this issue of engagement. What presidential want does not translate into presidential authority, he says. This is not a new issue for the president or for the United States historically, he admitted. 5 times the United States has had a discussion about Greenland, all the way back to the 1800s, four times in the 1900s. And now, of course, the president has raised it twice. We do have a 1951 defense agreement with respect to a presence, that we have a military presence there. But ultimately, he said it's up to the people of Greenland, not Congress or even President Trump. America still is for democracy. America still is for self-determination of people, sovereignty of other nations. That's the basic principles and values here. And I think Greenland and Greenlanders need to decide their future. This is more of an issue of asking them to join us as opposed to what they call the art of the deal. If we're talking about Greenland, this is not the art of the deal. This is more of the dating game. We need to be more on how we would be a partner, not more of how we would be compulsory. Interesting thoughts. Let's see what Rob has. What's your thoughts on Greenland, Rob? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I got to believe this weather we're having is making you cut back on your smoke inhalation therapy a little bit.
Definitely outdoors. You got that right.
You're going to have to break out the princess's infrared heater that she got last year so you can keep yourself warm. Right. It's amazing what Trump is trying to do. I'm not sure if it's going to help his image at all, as far as being a bully with the tariffs, trying to get what he wants, and he'll do whatever it takes to get what he wants. But I'm learning a lot by listening to your program this morning. As my uncle would say, I was paging through my book of worthless knowledge this morning, and I believe the Vikings, way back, are the ones that named Greenland and named Iceland. They were inhabiting, certain areas while they were sailing. They came across Greenland and saw it was just a frozen hell and named it the opposite of what it really was. And then they came to Iceland and saw how nice it was there, and named it Iceland to try and keep people away from it as they inhabited it. Just something, page 37 of my book of worthless knowledge. I believe that's where I found that this morning.
I often wondered why they named the Arctic tundra of Greenland, because it's a frozen tundra. Yeah, right. Like you said, Iceland is really more the lush green island.
Correct. I'm pretty sure the Vikings are the ones that did that to try and make people go to where they didn't want them to go and not come where they didn't want them to come. So that's all I have this morning. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Rob, thank you so much for checking in. Have a great day. Let me see. I'll share this piece with all the, especially when it comes to like trying to take Greenland by force and pissing off the NATO countries. Brent Molnar gave his take, and he makes it sound like if we tried to do this the wrong way, it could really backfire in a bad way. He called it the suicide pact. What happens the moment we try to forcefully take Greenland? If we were to follow through on that sort of a threat, we have to be crystal clear about what happens the next morning. This is not a real estate transaction or a routine military exercise. It's the geopolitical equivalent of pulling the pin on a grenade in a crowded elevator. The moment American boots hit the ground in Nuuk to seize territory from a fellow NATO member, I believe the world ends as we know it. The consequences would not be temporary sanctions or angry letters. They would be total, permanent, devastating. The first domino to fall is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization itself. NATO is built on that sacred promise of Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all. If the U.S. attacks Denmark, we're not just breaking the treaty, we're actually triggering it against ourselves. Now, he said NATO dissolves instantly. The alliance that kept the peace in Europe for 75 years evaporates, leaving the continent to rearm and realign against the new aggressor across the Atlantic. You know, we don't just lose an ally, we actually essentially create a unified enemy. Do you see it that way? The military repercussions, swift, humiliating. Europe will immediately demand the closure of every U.S. military base on the continent. Ramstein in Germany, Avino in Italy, Lakenheath in the U.K., all gone. Our ability to project power in the Middle East, as well as Africa, vanishes overnight. We will be evicted from the very soil we helped liberate and defend for decades, forced to retreat to our own shores as a fortress nation. Then comes the economic nuclear option. The European Union is the largest single market in the world, and they would indeed weaponize it. Europe will likely move to call in U.S. debt and dump their dollar reserves, sending the value of our currency into a death spiral. The U.S. economy, which relies on the dollar being the global reserve currency, ultimately collapses. Inflation will make the post-COVID spikes look like a rounding error. Your savings will be worthless before the ink dries on the invasion order. Seems like this guy's a tad bit, you think, over the top. Maybe not. But he says corporate America will face an extinction event. U.S. companies will be expelled from the European market. Apple, Google, McDonald's, Tesla will see their assets seized or their operations banned. Trillions of dollars in market capitalization incinerated. The stock market will not just crash, it'll close. We're talking about the complete deglobalization of American industry, cutting us off from the wealthiest consumers on the planet. The skies will go silent. European aviation authorities will almost certainly ground all Boeing jets and ban U.S. airlines from their airspace. Transatlantic travel will cease. If you're in Paris or Berlin, you're stuck. The logistical arteries that feed our supply chains severed, cut off from European medicine, machinery, technology. Would it really be that bad? Has anyone thought that completely through? I don't know. There's more to what he had to say, but he said the consequences for individual Americans would be personal and painful. Visa-free travel to Europe would end immediately. Americans living or working in Europe lose their legal protections and residency status. You become persona non grata, potentially facing deportation. Yeah, the blue passport that used to open every door will suddenly be a red flag at every border crossing. 18 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Heat wave. We got you coming up here. We'll get Carl has some thoughts, I believe, on Greenland as well.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So what do you think some of these Indiana players are going to really cash in on the national championship victory last evening? I'm seeing all kind of ads popping up on social media. You know, order your Indiana T-shirts, bomber jackets, hats. Look and hear it. Fernando Mendoza whiskey glass. Yeah, Mendoza holding the trophy. CFP National Championship. I guess all this stuff has to go through like the NIL, right? Name and likeness. For them to be selling all this stuff with actual, photos of the players. Who gets to cash in? All right, promise we get to send your heat wave. Where are we at this Tuesday?
Oh, just now getting on Interstate 80 here in Utah, north of Moab. I guess it's called Crescent Junction. Well, I tell you what, I'm so far behind, I don't even know which way is up. So, was the game competitive with Indiana and Miami, or was it just a...
It was a good game, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Miami had fought back in the fourth quarter. They were only down by 3 with like 6.5 minutes left in the game. And Indiana came back, gave a little more breathing room. Yeah, winning by 6. I mean, it was less than a touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Well, Congratulations, Indiana. First time ever, I would assume, right?
That is correct. I mean, it looks like the Bloomington has been a party all night long. Everybody out in the streets celebrating the win.
Well, I guess as Rodney Dangerfield said in Caddyshack at the very end, "Hey, everybody, we're all going to get laid." Hey, Oh, well, congratulations, y'all. Well deserved. So, anyway, well, I guess that guy is just absolutely, does he not think that Trump has thought these things out? I mean, Trump doesn't just go automatically, let's do this. Let's take this shot over here and run over some poor old boy that's in a little 16-foot John boat out there in the lake fishing. He doesn't just do things willy-nilly. He's thought these things through. He's thought them out. He's strategizing. He's playing chess, and these guys don't even realize it. Of course he's not going to invade. He's just getting these people, trying to light a fire under their hind ends and let them figure out, hey, maybe we ought to talk about this. Maybe we ought to put some more credence to it. Personally, I think, if we had like a 100-year lease, at a decent price, where it says, all right, we will look to see for rare mineral that may be underneath here, and we'll share that with y'all. Oil, gas, natural gas, something that's there that we could share with them, as like payment. Definitely need that area more than just that one base we got. I mean, and with the other countries putting in, well, we're sending 13 men up here. Well, great. I'm glad you're sending 13. Maybe you should have sent 1,300
they were talking about
or more.
The skeleton crew, right? Hey, we've got forces there. Yeah, we've got 15 service members in Greenland.
Woo-hoo. Well, stay away from there. Ooh. And if the rest of the world don't see just how idiotic, the other countries' stances are. We've got 15 people up here. We got 20 here. We got 10 here. Yeah, what are they going to do when China and Russia start coming in with thousands immediately? They said China's already got more icebreakers now built than I guess we have built in, 10, 15 years. Good
right.
Lord. I mean, that's something you need to look at, people. And if you're going to have a Golden Dome, I mean, the missiles are going to come the shortest way over, and they're going to go up and over the North Pole and hitting us back this way. Hell. Yeah, the hell with it. They want to be idiots, let them be idiots. I don't know if y'all talked about it earlier this morning, but did you see where one gentleman has got a long rifle out, scope and all, and it looked like a silencer at the end, and he was going to protect his neighborhood.
Yes, protecting the neighborhood from ICE. Yeah, what you gonna do, buddy?
I think he's going to put skid marks in his underwear when they come up and they point their guns back at him because he's a potential target and a potential something going to happen. It ain't going to end nice. So, but I mean, why is it that everyone else can see that the president has said he's going to follow the rules and the Constitution that's laid out for every law that is out there that he can enforce, and the governors and the mayors, they all take the same oath, we're going to do, we're going to do this, and then they turn right around and they just flaunt their asses to everybody saying, well, we're going to do it this way or we're going to take the football home. I mean, really, what does Waltz think's going to happen if he activates his National Guard against 1,500 Marines? I mean, there's not going to be any question about who the National Guard is going to follow. They're not going to follow the dictates of a governor who's an idiot, by all accounts, that, we could have been under two idiots' rules, Kamala and Waltz. I mean, good Lord. I mean, if we weren't a laughing...
When was it? Very, very recently that they were all, you had these Democrats that made that little commercial about you can refuse unlawful orders, which they gave no indication or President Trump had not issued any unlawful order. Is Waltz going to try to actually order his state National Guard to interfere and interrupt with immigration and custom, or interfere with maybe the military members of the U.S. armed forces and try to prevent them from doing their job? That would be an unlawful order.
Yes, it would. And I don't know where these people get off thinking that, but,
trying to put together dueling forces. Minnesota National Guard versus U.S. Marines. I mean, hold the thought there, Heatwave. We got to get our news break back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem called a federal judge's order limiting federal agents' actions against peaceful protesters in Minnesota a little ridiculous.
That judge's order didn't change anything for how we're operating on the ground because it's basically telling us to do what we've already been doing.
The judge barred tactics like pepper spray or detaining drivers without cause amid ongoing protests over ICE operations in Minneapolis. President Trump is not ruling out using force in efforts to acquire Greenland.
In a phone interview with NBC News, Trump was asked if the U.S. would use force to seize the Danish territory, to which he said no comment. Over the weekend, the president said he would put 10% tariffs in place on Denmark and other European countries until a deal was reached for the U.S. to get Greenland. Meanwhile, Trump has said because he hasn't won the Nobel Peace Prize for what he said was stopping 8 wars plus, he'll focus on what's good for the U.S. and will stop purely thinking of peace. I'm Wendy Swanson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, heads up. in the Queen City. This maybe could last even into the morning rush. We've got westbound Interstate 74 closed at I-75. Kind of the merger there for an extended period of time. A fatal crash just after 3 o'clock in the morning, so about 90 minutes ago. Let's see, 18.3 mile marker. Police responded. Officers located a victim trapped in a vehicle. They had worked to extricate the victim and died at the scene. All right, so they said this is going to be closed for an extended period of time. Officers called for extra cruisers to help block lanes as well as vehicles from the Department of Transportation. So again, that's very, very busy travel lane when morning rush rolls around. Meanwhile, all right, let's get back to Senor Heatwave. Here early on a Tuesday. Welcome back.
Thank you for holding me over, Senor. Yeah, we got some news on my daughter, Alicia. She has filed for a Social Security disability here about two and a half years ago. And she's been keeping in contact. You know, they're letting her know, you know, we're still working on it. We're still working on it. And she called and talked to one of the Social Security lawyers. And they says, well, our problem is we don't have any information from your doctor's office. And they further said that the reason why they don't have any information from the doctor's office is because there are no records of her going to the doctor's office. And she has been going regularly, and it's been getting paid for by, the disability and insurance, however she got it. But it's like, well, what in the hell is going on with this particular medical group? So I hope that it's not just that they don't have records of her going there or any diagnosis of what she has. They have been prescribing her medications. Now, I don't know if that's, and I ain't going to use the word malfeasance because it's a common word, but I really don't know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it sounds like someone's not doing their damn job up there. She has everything that Lady Heatwave has. You know, apparently it's a genetic issue that's passed along, and out of the three, she's got it. So, I mean, would you think, or would anybody out there that has some inkling, some knowledge of this, would there be a good case to find a medical lawyer, and I don't know if we'd call it malfeasance, malpractice, or just whatever, but I mean, would there be cause to take this group of doctors or nurse practitioners, as New Mexico, they don't really have doctors anymore, to take it to court and try to get something from these people besides an apology and
right.
And
I mean, to
so,
me, it sounds to me like probably some sort of a clerical error. Something is misspelled in the computer or something, the name, the SS number, something's, and it's just not coming up.
Well, I mean, it's not like we haven't had issues with this bunch before. Here about 10 years ago when Lady Heatwave had her gallbladder removed, she had come home from the hospital and she had an appointment at this particular clinic, and she was in so much pain she called and asked if they could see her sooner so she could get, try to get some pain medication, and they just blew her off. And I, as most husbands are, you don't like seeing your wife in pain, and you don't like seeing them cry.
Yeah.
So I went up in there and I raised a little bit of holy hell where 2 of the city's finest and 2 of the county's finest came out there, and we had a little talk. Only after I had explained the situation to a doctor that would actually listen. Now I'm not allowed in that office anymore, but I mean, not like I'm going to go there. I'm going to go to the VA and get seen. But I mean, this is holding her back from receiving the kind of help she needs to get. And I wonder if, like I said, if a legal avenue would be the way to go to get these people to get off their duffs and, find records, find this error, or if they didn't actually do anything but prescribe her medication, although they have no record of it, would that be the way to go? I'm thinking it probably would be, but
there's definitely a screw up somewhere. No doubt about that. But how do you prescribe and have no record of it? It doesn't work that way. All right. Cargo theft, big problem in the industry, continuing to grow year after year. It won't be long. We'll have the final numbers for 2025. What double-digit percentage increase in cargo theft did we see last year? Guarantee it's going to be some 20-some percent, I'd bet. There's several that will not be stealing cargo anytime soon. 6 have been sentenced for participating in a scheme to steal loaded tractor trailers when drivers would stop to rest, refuel, park. Last Friday, U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Indiana announced the sentencing of these 6 individuals for participating in a massive multi-state cargo theft conspiracy. One 51-year-old Juan Gonzalez from Florida will be behind bars for the next 13 and a half years. The others, anywhere from 2 to 7 years behind bars. But officials said between November of 21 and May of 23, these co-conspirators traveled to distribution facilities used by national companies, Facebook, Microsoft, L Brands in Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. After surveilling the facilities, they would follow the departing semi-trucks containing commercially available high-end electronics and other items and waited till the truck drivers parked to rest or refuel. They would then steal the tractor trailer. In many instances, the group abandoned the stolen tractor nearby and reattached to a different semi-tractor they operated. To evade law enforcement, they painted over logos and identifying numbers, used different license plates on the stolen trailers. After stealing the trucks and trailers, the cargo would be transported to Miami, Florida, where it would be resold for much lower than retail value. These guys carried out at least 14 separate cargo thefts, over $2 million in Oculus virtual reality headsets from Facebook. Nearly $1 million in Microsoft products, $1 million in Bath and Body Works and Victoria's Secret merchandise, well over $500,000 in Harbin JBL audio products, and it goes on and on. This was a coordinated, multi-million-dollar criminal operation. This was not just an opportunistic theft. Cargo theft schemes like this are driving up the cost for businesses and consumers alike, according to the FBI's Indianapolis special agent in charge. The sentences imposed reflect the seriousness of the crime and demonstrate those who target supply chains for personal gain will face significant consequences. As they say, they'll have time to think about it, right? Hey, good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. It's cold out there.
Yeah, it's really cold. I'll tell you what. I'm in Alabama right now, 29 degrees down here. Getting to Greenland, it's even colder there. Okay. So Trump, he's not, I think 99% of us pretty much know he's not going to do any military action in Greenland, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's unnecessary. Absolutely. And he just made that comment just to get him to thinking about it. I agree with Heatwave about it. And he's just going to say, okay, yeah, we need to do something here because we have the Russia and China threat, and that's a fact. We do. And so, therefore, we can't cover it the way we would like to. This territory, it's large. It's very large. Yeah, I guess it's probably about, I'm just guessing, it's probably about 4 or 5 times bigger than Alaska. When you look at it on the map, you see it there, and it's really huge, that entire territory there. And so Denmark cannot cover that. And even, I don't know if Europe could or not, to be honest, if Russia and China decided to take it by force. Europe is closer than we are, and we would have to just all of a sudden get some boats up there and everything, and our men up there and all that stuff. It would take a lot to do that, and it's just too much to handle right now without having bases on that large territory. We've got quite a few bases in Alaska, and that's covering that area, and it's not near as big as Greenland. So there's a huge territory there to cover, and along with that, we do need their natural resources, and some sort of deal ought to be worked out. And Marco Rubio, I'm sure, is working on that. And so there's no need for anybody to be up in arms over the whole issue, really, because Trump does throw a lot of bluster out there that he probably shouldn't, but he does things his way, and that's... Right. A lot of us, that's why a lot of us voted for him, and because he does things differently. He's not George Bush. He's not, any of the Bushes. He's not Bill Clinton. He's not nobody, he's Trump, okay? That's what he does.
And he says a lot of things just to get a reaction. I think he says a lot of things just to see if he can piss off the left and make them go back crap crazy. Which they do, but I think he sits back and laughs at it.
Yeah, he does. He gets a big kick out of it, obviously. And congratulations to Indiana, by the way, tonight. Great game, great super game. It was awesome. But I enjoyed that. And Mendoza, once again, proving that he's the Heisman Trophy winner, and he deserved it.
There you go.
Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Thank you much.
Appreciate it.
Good to hear from you, Carl. Yes. Yeah, right. And you go on to win the national championship. I guess the best of the best, right? Yeah, has the party wound down yet there in Bloomington? I'm looking at WRTV. Showing some of the video. Downtown Bloomington packed following the Hoosiers national championship win. Mendoza isn't the only thing that's hot in Kirkwood. Got a big bonfire burning in the street there. People celebrating, partying into the wee early hours this morning. I don't know. What is the Indiana fight song? I presume that's what they were all singing around the... But thousands of people all poured in there to join in the celebration.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Well, what do you say, college football fans, with Indiana's national championship last evening? I guess it'll spark the old debate. What is the best division when it comes to college football? You know, the Southeastern Conference tends to think they're the best, right? The SEC always. Wow, this is 3 in a row for the Big Ten. Got Michigan in 2024, Ohio State 2025. Now Indiana in 2026. How about that? Big Ten, back-to-back-to-back titles in college football. All right, as we head down the home stretch here, I guess they just, the U.S. Geological Survey released a study in regards to Texas Permian Basin, the amount of oil. How much oil do we have? Yeah, there's enough natural gas to supply the United States for nearly a year, and enough oil to meet America's needs for more than 2 months. An assessment of undiscovered natural gas and oil in the Woodford and Barnett shales in the Permian Basin estimated some 28.3 trillion with a T cubic feet of natural gas, enough to supply the entire country for about 10 months, 1.6 billion barrels of oil. Yeah, those numbers released last week. The U.S. economy and our way of life depend on energy. And the U.S. Geological Survey oil and gas assessment point to resources that industry hasn't discovered yet. According to the director, in this case, we have assessed there are significant undiscovered resources in both the Woodford and Barnett shales. The oil estimate is more than 60 times the roughly 26 million barrels that they had produced since the late 1990s in both the Woodford and Barnett shales. These shales are at depths of up to 20,000 feet, deeper than many other resources in the Permian Basin. The Geological Survey credited advances in hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling for making these resources technically recoverable now. That shift to horizontal drilling with fracking has literally revolutionized oil production, and we have changed along with it. The U.S. Geological Survey noted the estimates represent undiscovered resources, meaning they have not been proven through drilling, but are indeed considered recoverable with current technology. This kind of builds on the Permian's legacy as one of the world's most prolific oil-producing regions, spanning about 75,000 square miles across West Texas and New Mexico. It is right now the nation's top oil-producing area. And real quick, of course, the entire NASCAR world grieving the tragic passing of Greg Biffle. However, no one's grieving harder than Brad Keselowski's team. Roush Fenway Racing was the banner under which Greg Biffle made history, and losing a driver like that hits hard. To cope and restore his legacy, RFK has done everything from writing heartfelt messages to stacking up his number 16 memorabilia in their museum. But this one takes the cake. One fan took it on themselves to curate a fresh Greg Biffle number set, complete with every number he ran in NASCAR, and then grabbed RFK's attention almost instantaneously. Their response was enough to create a hypnotic buzz among the fan base. RFK did not waste any time, looking almost ready to download the font immediately. Replying, "These might come in handy." That reaction was all it took to send fans into full speculation mode, convinced that a Biffle tribute paint scheme could be on the way sometime here in the new year. And I don't know, speculation, would it be at Michigan? Will it be Daytona? But Texas? All right, we'll close it out there. We'll just have to kind of wait and see on that. Thanks so much for joining us here this Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Be safe. Stay warm, right? Hope to see you back for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream